Good morning. How are you? How is everyone this morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are in the world? I hope you are having a good Monday so far. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I am sick. I have a cold, so nothing major, thankfully, but it's kind of funny. I graduated my son last week, or really, my son graduated. So that was super exciting. We had a ton of family in town. We had a wonderful time. And then I put the last of my family on a plane and came home and was like, started having a runny nose. My sore throat that I thought was allergies just got worse, and the next thing I knew, I was like, "I'm going to bed." So, bodily, I held out just long enough to make it. So, anyway, yeah, I'm still here though, because I still have stuff to do. Guys, this is my last full week in my house. I cannot believe it. We have lived here for just about 16 years. Which is mind-blowing to me. I mean, that means I've lived in this house longer than any of the houses I grew up in. The house I was in when I graduated from high school, we had only lived in middle school, so this is literally the house I have lived in the longest in my entire life, which is crazy to think, but I'm excited for our move, but we have a lot to get done this week, so during these sprints, I'm probably primarily gonna be listening to audiobook, which works because all my cold is, like, sinus stuff, which just makes the front of my face, like, which means that listening to audiobook is gonna be great. The second thing it does is it frees up my hands because I'm gonna be going through our entire house. We've already decluttered, so there's nothing in our house that we don't wanna take with us, but there are a few things that we're not allowed to take with us, namely water or liquids and food. Our stuff that we're not bringing with us in our car is being put into storage, so we are not allowed to store either food or liquids. So I'm going back through every single room in our house and taking out everything that's a liquid or food. I mean, mainly liquids, like cleaning stuff. And then I'm also setting aside the stuff that I'm going to pack to bring with us in our car. So I will be listening to an audiobook. The audiobook I'm listening to today is Hidden Valley Road. I do have a hard copy of this book. Um, when my family was in town, my son, my niece, and I went to bookstores multiple times because we all love bookstores. And and this was the book that I picked up. I've been wanting to read this for a very long time, and my niece was very interested in it. This is a story about a family that had 12 children, and 6 of their 10 boys were all schizophrenic. So they are one of the families that has primarily been studied to help scientists and doctors understand how schizophrenia works or like where it comes from, what causes it, that kind of thing. So I'm very interested to read that book. I have it on audio. However, that's not the only thing I'll be working on today. I am also now starting book 4 of The Mysteries of Paris, which is my buddy read with Stormy, our super long buddy read that's going really well. So I am reading one chapter a day this month. I think there's 20 chapters in this part of the book. So I am on chapter 3, which is easy to know because I'm trying to stick with the dates of the month. So chapter 3 today, chapter 4 tomorrow. And then the other book that I want to work on for at least 1 or 2 sprints is the second book in the Cairo trilogy, which is Palace of Desire. I'm trying to finish the second book in this bind up before we get packed because this is not one of the books that I want to bring on my move. So I have like 9 days to finish the second book in here, which is like a 3 or 400 page book. And I've already started it. I know how many pages I have to read per day. I know how long that's going to take me. I've got my work cut out for me because I'm sick. And so I don't feel like physically reading for a very long time, and the print in there is small, and we'll see how that goes. Anyway, enough chitter chatter from me. How are you guys doing? What are you up to today? Let me know what you're reading or working on or doing. And Vanessa, good morning to you. Knocking out lots of work today. Yes, I saw that. Vanessa has a channel. And I know she is sprinting right now as well. She started sprinting at 8 a.m., I believe, and she's doing sprints until I think it was 12. So if you want some nice, productivity sprints where it's helpful to like have someone there, like, basically co-working with you, Vanessa's your girl. Feel free to sprint hop. Um, Another fun thing that Vanessa is doing, I saw, I don't, I need to figure out the date of that so I can mention that, is I know Vanessa is also doing watching sprints where if you on YouTube, create a watch list for yourself, she's having sprints where during the sprinting part, instead of reading or working, the idea is to watch your playlist and to like help you get through your watch list. And then I'm sure everybody will come and chat about what they watched and make their watch list longer because that's how we do. So that sounds really fun. So go check that out. I know the live is posted for that. So you can click to be notified. Good morning, Denise. Denise is drinking her coffee and reading Ninoc Rise. Ooh, interesting. Let me know what that's about. Good morning, Metzley. How are you? How's your day today? Hope you're doing well. Good afternoon, Kay. Nice to see you. Still loving the hat and look. Hello, Cool Gamer. What are you up to? Kay and Cool Gamer, let me know what you guys are reading or working on today. Hello, Heather. Long time no see. What was it, just yesterday? I don't know. The whole weekend blended together for me. So I hope you're doing well. Let me know what you are working on. And Lynn, good morning. You'll be here for a short time this morning as you have an appointment, but glad you'll that I'll be on until 9. I will. So as much as possible, at least for the rest of the summer, on Mondays, I will be on from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It says till sunset, which is about 8:39 here, but I'm going with the 9 p.m. to keep it consistent. And Denise, you've got a lot to do. Yeah, thank you, Denise. I hope I feel better soon as well because I've got a lot to do, whether I feel better or not. So, but overall, I feel pretty good. I've just got some sinus pressure, and I'm sure you can hear it in my voice. I have congestion, but I have a chronic sinus problem that will not be resolved by my ENT before I move. So in general, like you guys probably can't tell, but I usually sound congested because I frequently am. So nothing new here, just slightly more congested than not. Kay had a tooth out this morning. Ooh, oh yeah, swollen face and pain. Hoping to relax and read quietly. Fingers crossed. Yes, I hope it goes well for you today, Kay. And Lynn, thank you. Thank you so much, Lynn. And Capricia, hello. Yes, caught ears friends. Yay. And reading My Dog is a Death God. Hmm. Yeah, I know some dogs like that. Sounds good. Let us know how it is, Capricia, as you move along. Hello, Wanda. Oh my gosh, that book. Which book? Are you talking about this book? Or my guess is you're talking about, this brick. But it's actually a really easy read. Like, it's probably one of the easiest reading experiences I've had of all the different books that I'm reading. It's a classic, but don't be thrown by that. It's translated, and the translation is very, very simply translated. Like, they're not using any fancy words. Like, I'd say the vocab level that they translated it to is probably like a late middle school, early high school reading level. Patty, hello. Best of luck on the move. Thank you. You moved last year after living in your house for 16 years. Oh, see, you know what it's like. Yeah, I have that feeling too, Patty, that I'm gonna get that nostalgia, but I'm not a super nostalgic person. So I think it'll be okay. I tend to be more like oh yeah, that was a good time, da, 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 especially about housing so far because I did grow up living in a lot of different places, like, not an abnormal number, I don't think, but I didn't grow up in one house, so I don't really have that thoughts. But then again, like I said, this is the home that I've lived in the longest so far in my life, so we'll see. Hidden Valley Road, yeah, that is a really interesting book. So far, I'm just into the very beginning where we're just learning about the parents and not the kids yet and how that works out. But I really like the premise of what they said the point of the book is, which is seeing how a family endures sort of an unknown, horrific time period, but still comes out with love. So we'll see. Patty, but it's where we had our kids and stuff too. Yeah, yeah, I think that's the part that's gonna be the tricky part. And happier now, so excited for me and my change. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I'm glad to hear that you're happy and feeling more settled, and hopefully the nostalgia will turn into like warm, happy memory, more type feelings. And Lynn will be finishing up a graphic novel, Garlic and the Vampire. Not a good combination. And then doing a reread of The House of Cerulean Sea for the Amazing Readathon. Very nice. Oh, that sounds exciting. And if I remember after our first break, when we come back from the sprint, I will share with you my super exciting garlic find. And Dee Dee says hello to Vanessa and to friends, and hello to you, Dee Dee. And Jenny's Books and Vlogs. Hello, how are you, Jenny? Thanks for joining us. Glad to have you here. What are you reading today? I think this is the first time I've seen you in the comments, so welcome, welcome. Metchley says, I haven't been reading these days. I just didn't feel like it, but I need to get back to it because I've been only reading math stuff. Oh, yeah. I like math, but I'd be tired of it after a while if that was the only reading fare I had. So hopefully you'll get some good reading in today, Metchley. And Christina, good morning. Working on your coffee while you drink the spreadsheet. Are you working on the spreadsheet while you drink the coffee? Was that intentional play of words, or did you really, like, need to drink some more of the coffee? That's so funny, Christina, and hugging the like button. Okay, yeah, Christina, maybe start on that second cup right away. I would totally do something like that. And Capricia finished 24th hour James Patterson yesterday. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I have not read any James Patterson. How did you like it, Capricia? Let me know. Wanda found Hidden Valley so disturbing, but then again, you live with twin adult sons with autism, one has schizophrenia. Oh, yeah, that would potentially be too close to home. Yeah, I could see that. I'll let you know. I'm somewhat concerned about that too, and I am also somewhat sensitive to when books and stories, especially nonfiction, go from being like informative and inspiring to just gossipy and trauma-y. So, that's probably my only concern, especially because it's a Oprah Book Club pick, and I hate to say it, I feel like she's a little bit on the trauma corn side, if you will. So, we'll see. Dee Dee is just about to head out to the shops to pick up bits for dinner, hoping to make lasagna soup this evening. Ooh, interesting. I could see what the ingredients would be in that. Hope you're able to have a good trip. And Kay said, reading book 3 in Green Rider series, The High King Tombs by Kristen Britton. I have not heard of that, but I'm guessing since you're on book 3, you're enjoying it. So nice. Jenny is reading Swordcatcher by Cassandra Clare. I have not heard of that. Tell me what that's about. What genre is that? Metzley, oh, I'm going to cough. Hang on. I will try to mute myself when I do that. I'm not coughing that often, so it shouldn't be too hard. Metzley says, still reading Station 11, 42% into the book. Liking it, but the beginning had you a little stressed out because it was somewhat slow. I guess that's why I couldn't read it any faster. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, because you had started it last week, and I was like, maybe that's not a good sign that you're still reading that and then didn't read for a while. Because when that happens to me, sometimes it's a sign that a book is slow, and more often it's a sign that it's slow and not well paced, and like I'm losing interest in it. So hopefully that's not the case. Anne says, good morning, Anne. How are you? Oh no, I sound like you. Oh, I do not have a horrendous cough. Yes, yeah. I try Mucinex whenever I have congestion, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I don't feel like it's working this go round. So when we go to a break, I'm gonna make myself some Theraflu and see how that does. And when that wears off, if I don't feel like that was helpful, I'm gonna try the Mucinex again. But Mucinex, doesn't seem to be helping with this. And Wanda reading Tender is the Flesh by Argentina author Batstarika. Potentially disturbing. Yes, I have heard. Let me know what you think, Wanda. I can see my copy of Tender is the Flesh right over there. And my niece and I talked about it a lot this weekend because we both wanted to read it. And so I made her the deal that I'm going to read it, which reminds me I need to move it because it's one of the books that if I don't get to it before we move, I told her I would take with me. But I told her that I was gonna read it, and she would know how good it was based on how she got her copy. So, basically, I told her if I sent her my copy, that means it was okay, but not good enough for me to wanna keep. But that if she got a copy of me sent to her from a store, that means it was good, I was keeping my book, and she needs to put everything down and read it right now. I'm guessing it's gonna be the first. Like, good enough she should read, but not great. Lynn, let me know how you feel about it. I have a close family member with schizophrenia. Okay, I will definitely let you know. There will definitely be a book review on it. And I should actually make it a pretty decent way through it today since I'm positive that today that's primarily what I'm going to be doing is listening to that book. Good morning, Donna. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. I know Donna has sprints coming up today at 11, so you can check her out when that happens. Capricia is doing the amazing readathon, also Team Fantasy, and loving the book It's a Manga. Nice, very nice. And Jenny says hello to Dee Dee. Dee Dee says hi back. Good morning, Courtney. How are you this morning? What are you up to? How was your weekend? And reading The Berry Pickers by Amanda Peters, a very good Indigenous mystery. Ooh, I like the combination of all of those things. And Dee Dee says, hello, hello. Coffee. Yes, yes, coffee, Christina. And Donna says, I just finished Flawless this morning after physically reading it for 62 days. That's commitment, Donna. However, you loved it in 4.5, but my reading alone with no audiobook can be slow. That's fair. But it must have been good if you were willing to stick with it for that long, even though it was slow. So I'm glad you enjoyed it and it was a good payoff. And Heather says, haha, yes, so long since we've talked. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be reading No Longer Human. Ooh, I've heard good things about that. But we'll probably switch over to Chinging All Stars, which I've also heard good things about after a bit. All right, let me know how you enjoy both of those books. They're both ones that I'm interested in. And Jenny, yes, it is the first time in the sprints. Well, wonderful. Glad to have you. And Christina says, yay for finishing, Donna. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Denise, it's a middle grade book. Oh, okay. The town is fabled to have a creature living in the mountains. Reading for the amazing readathon sightseeing. Very cool. And Donna, score, glad you're done. Yep, absolutely. Way to go, Donna. Mm. And welcome to the sprints, Jenny from Courtney. Oh, and look, Courtney, did you notice? I figured out how to add a mod. Maybe. I wasn't sure if it was actually gonna work, so so I have to add a few more of my friends as mods to my channel so those, bots can stop their nonsense. So if you're not a mod, it's because I wasn't sure if it was actually gonna work. So now that I know it does, more of you will have little wrenches coming up. Donna says, thanks to Christina and Courtney. Hello, Susan. Oh, welcome. Thanks for joining. You're finishing Razorblade Tears and Wolfsong. Ooh, two very hyped and well known books. How are you liking them, Susan? Let me know. And thanks for joining. And yeah, it's okay, Courtney. Like honestly, probably the only reason I'm as congested as I am is I have like horrible sinus cavities, like nothing drains out. So even if I cry, I won't have to blow my nose because nothing comes out. Like I will just be completely congested unless I'm like ugly crying, which sometimes when I'm sick, I'm like, wouldn't mind a ugly cry right now because that's the only time I will get enough fluid going. Like, that's really gross. But all that to say, I'm not as sick as I sound. It's just my own body being like, ah, you thought. And Donna, yes, thank you. I hope I feel better soon too. Never noticed until you were saying it. Oh yeah, no, no. It may be like I was saying that I'm usually congested, so I honestly probably don't sound much different than I normally do. And Anne says to Denise, I think you were interested in the berry pickers. It is very good. Yeah, I feel like there was some conversation about it that I saw at some point. Jenny says, thank you to Courtney. Metzley says, well, I don't know. It is somewhat slow, and I felt like skipping a few pages, but you didn't. Good. If you read it, don't do it. You'll have to go back, or there will be a few things you don't understand. Okay, that's good to know. No skipping pages. Fair enough. And Courtney says, I'm trying to motivate myself to get out of bed. So tired, worked all weekend. Oh, yeah. Okay. You think you can, you think you can. You can do it. You can do it. And hello, Christina. How are you? You'll be finishing The Martian today. Oh, how are you liking The Martian? I recently read it, and I know Metzley recently read it. We both loved it. I hope you're enjoying it. Metzley, but not me reading wasn't so much about the book. It was mostly like I had so much to do. Okay, that's fair. Oh, your grandmother has dementia. Okay. Oh, and she had a hard week. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yes. Well, I hope she has a better week this week. So, yeah. Donna, you're hurting today. Oh, you need one of those Spanish holidays, Donna, where like you can be on break and have leave from life. I'm just Oh, you have not put, many lives up this month. Your next one right now should be on the 17th. Oh, okay. Okay, just kidding. Donna will see us on the 17th. Oh, gonna cough. Excuse me. And Shamika, good morning. You're starting the novel If Something Happens to Me by Alex Finley. Ooh, that sounds really familiar. Alongside the woman in white, nice. Miriam Helcom is very compelling as a character. I would agree. I really liked her for a variety of reasons. And yeah, yeah, yeah. I had hopes and aspirations, let me say. And Denise, yes, glad you're enjoying it. Hopefully, I can fit it in for Tar. Yeah, I hope so. And Courtney, I noticed Mod's got your back. Thank you, Courtney. Yeah, I have more than one mod, but I can't think who else is a mod on my channel. I think I made 3, and then I said, "Well, maybe I better make sure this is actually working before I add more." Oh, yes, cry away if I need to. Yeah, I know. The temptation to find a book that I'll ugly cry at is very high, but movies are faster. Movies, they just need to make the music sad, and I'll start crying. And hello, Brecht. How are you? You're still in school, but wanted to wish you guys well. If you can't make it until tonight. Wow, did I even read that right? Wanted to wish you guys well if you can't make it in tonight. If you can't make it in tonight, I think that's what I think that's what's happening here. But yes, thank you, and I hope you are doing well as well, and have a great day at school. And Susan, I'm happy to be here. S.A. Cosby is one of your new favorite authors. Ooh, and loving Razorblade Tears. Nice. TJ Klune is always a hit for me. I've only read the Cerulean Sea, but I really enjoyed it and do want to read more of his work. And you chose these to celebrate the beginning of Pride Month. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Good choices. And Shamika, Marian Halcombe defies the conventional norms of femininity in the 1800s. She does. She's like a little Frida Cole, like wandering around in the book. I love it. I loved like her. In fact, I have to say to give Wilkie Collins a lot of credit. I feel like he does that a lot with his female characters. In fact, I think almost in every book of his that I've read, there's almost always one prominent female character that is like very much defying conventions, either conventions of beauty or just like characteristics or traits or everything. And Courtney says S.A. Cosby is the man. I might have to give him a try sometime. And good morning, Sir Vasha. How are you? Reading Just the Nicest Couple for Team Spooky. Ooh, nice. It's terrible, but you're pushing through for my team. About an hour left in the audiobook. All right, well, there's a team player right there. And Courtney, Sir Vasha, read something else. I don't know, Courtney. Are you on a different team for the readathon? Is this sabotage happening? Or just good advice? And Donna, I wish for that type of holiday break. I know, right? You're a mother that says all the breaks I get. Yeah, I know. I know. I was thinking that like there should still be breaks for moms. Like here's your respite spot. slash spa that you get to go and hide in. And hello, Elena. How are you? Let us know what you're reading. And loves essay Cosby's writing as well. Um, oh, if you that far along, might as well finish. Yep, yep, I agree, Courtney. Courtney will get out of bed and work out at the sprint because you need your phone. Sounds fair. And yeah, Sarasha's 90% and going to finish it. Do it. You can do it. Elena finished 4 books from the library. Nice. And Donna, we have Mother's Day, which is not a break when it should be. True. Yeah, Mother's Day. I'm like, yeah, happy Mother's Day. Leave me alone. Love you. See you tomorrow. And the day after that, and the day after that, and for the next 365. And Sarasha, Razor Blade Tears was one of my favorite books of the last 5 years. Wow. Okay, I've definitely got to check out something by S.A. Cosby. Wow, it's sticking in my throat. And Elena will be reading The Lady in the Glass. And Denise says to Susan, I haven't read TJ Klune. I have Under the Whispering Door. If you've read it, did you like it? Good question, and glad to hear you're good, Elena. All right, let's go ahead and get going into the sprint because I need to blow my nose and get some tea and get myself together and put my audiobook on because I'm definitely not ready to read yet. So let's see. For our first sprint, we'll just do 45 minutes, but I'm pretty sure most of the day will be hour-long sprints. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, happy reading. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went really well. I got my entire bedroom and closet um, sorted out. So I've been able to take out of there, with the exception of clothes and shoes, everything that I want to move with us, as well as just any liquids that I happen to have to throw out, like containers of hair products that I no longer use because I have sister locks and that kind of thing, as well as unopened liquids. All our unopened liquids, like our cleaning supplies, toothpaste, body wash, that kind of stuff, we're going to donate. We actually have a really good set of community donation centers and housing places and that kind of stuff who will not only take body care products, but also cleaning products, so those will be donated there. And then I also listened to Hidden Valley Road the entire time. This audiobook is really good. I tend to really like nonfiction on audiobook. I tend to find the narrators are pretty like straightforward in their reading. Um, so far, I have heard about how the parents have met. And then right now, I've been in this section, chapter like three, I think I'm just in chapter 3, where they're talking about sort of the history of psychology as well as the history of schizophrenia and just mental illness and what the landscape of psychology looks like at the time that right before this family starts having their children be diagnosed, or their children start to present with anything. And where I left off, the narrator was talking about in the book, or the book is talking about how as you got into the 60s, which is when this book takes place, that the by the 60s, pretty much every psychological problem was more or less so being blamed on mothers and like their parenting and their raising or lack of raising their children, sometimes based off of like zero like evidence, and certainly a lot of loose connections. So that was really interesting to hear, especially because they connected it to the movie Psycho. And so they were like, you got to the point in the US particularly where all of psychology was saying every issue a person has is somehow tied back to their raising by their mother. And then the movie Psycho comes out and everybody's like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because if you've seen the movie Psycho, you literally have the most psycho, homicidal, insane person imaginable, and we all know the role of the mother in that movie. So I was like, "Oh, that is such an interesting insight into psychology, into the movie Psycho," which I now wanna rewatch, just in general, and it also made me think, I feel like there's still a lot of that hangover of that psychological thinking. I feel like you still hear a lot about, like, certainly in my generation, how, like, we all need therapy due to what our parents did to us. And I was like, huh, interesting. So I see, like, by my generation, it's gone from just what your mother's done to you to now accepting, like, well, maybe your dad did something to you as well. But I'm like, maybe we're not questioning either of those enough. So that was really interesting. I can say, because a couple of people asked, I don't know yet if I would recommend this book to somebody who has a family member or a close family member who has schizophrenia, especially chapter 3, I think would be really hard to read because in chapter 3, they're really getting into where psychology has been and how it used to treat schizophrenia, and by and large, how psychology and helping with mental illness, very much regardless of what type of mental illness you had, the going assumption was that you're not really a person and that there's just, eugenics and everything gets involved. And I would imagine that that may be very difficult to hear as a modern day reader with a family member with that problem. So I would definitely say thus far, look up some trigger warnings, and keep that in mind, like what may upset you in a book about that kind of topic. Or maybe at this point, I might just say you might want to consider skipping chapter 3. So that's how things are going. That's how my book is going. On the next sprint, well, I'll get to what I'll do in the next sprint, but let's see what you guys did first. So Christina was saying, congrats on the grad. Yes, thank you so much. I know, hugs for me too. I was like, hey, where's my diploma or medal or or cord or something, right? Like a sticker? Can we get stickers for parents? And Metzley says, thanks. Oh, I feel like I'm really small here for some reason. Anyway, Metzley says, thanks. Hopefully, it's a better week because if she falls again, my back is going to give up. Oh, yes. Oh, the fall wasn't bad. She kind of slid down the bed very slowly until she decided she needed to call for us. Okay. Well, I'm glad that she wasn't hurt in the fall. But yes, lifting an elderly family member, I, yeah, that can be very taxing on the body. So hopefully you both get rest this week. And good morning, Alicia. How are you? You're sprint hopping, getting breakfast, finishing up Dungeons and Dramas. That's a cute name. I'm currently on 249 out of 293. Oh, yeah, you're going to be done very soon. And it's an adorable read. I would imagine so, because that's an adorable name. So thank you for stopping by and hopping around. And hello, Shauna. How are you today? You're reading role play and you're 50% in. I feel like I heard of role play recently on somebody's TBR. Maybe your TBR. Is that the one that's kind of like a romance where like two people meet online because they're gamers? Let me know. And good morning, Jaleesa. How are you? You have Hidden Valley Road on your TBR. You're happy to see it on other people's TBR. You're working and trying to finish an arc, the book at the bar. Very nice. Well, I will not give any spoilers on the books. I will just give my reactions. And I don't think it's a spoiler to say, like, chapter 3 is about the history. And I don't know, did I give things away by telling you about the psycho connection? I hope not. And Jaleesa says, Lynn, I love the garlic graphic novel series. It's so wholesome and heartwarming. Oh, I forgot to bring my little garlic surprise. I'll just tell you about it, and eventually I'll probably remember to show it to you. But I was at Costco this past week getting stuff for the family gathering. And while I was waiting for my niece to grab a bag of chips, I saw their like shelves of refrigerated dips. They're selling Toom now, guys. Toom. So if you don't know what Toom is, it's a Lebanese dip and it's whipped garlic. It's just garlic that is whipped with oil and like lemon and maybe some seasonings. And I was a little skeptical, but I'm like, I've never known Costco to sell anything bad. They may just sell things that like I'm not a fan of, but I'm a fan of Toom, like a huge fan of Toom. And it was a nice sized tub of it. It is so good. I wanna say I think it's actually better than our local Lebanese restaurant. I'm so excited. We will be living in the area of Costco for the next month or so, and Toom is pretty much going to be on everything I eat. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. Like, I'm going to find a way to incorporate it into everything. So if you like Toom, you might wanna check out the dip section in your local Costco. This is not sponsored, but I'd be happy to if they'd hit me up. And Alex, hello. Oh, you missed the hour. Well, there will be more. And happy Monday to you too. And Vanessa said, for anyone participating in the TAR, oh, check the Discord. Oh, thanks for letting us know, Vanessa. Oh, exciting. I'm not participating, but I'm excited for all of you who are. I might try that for next year, but this year with the move, I was like, yeah, no, I'm going to be an epic fail. Hey, Mary, good morning. And you're reading Ashes in the Snow on NetGalley. Okay, YouTube is not letting you chat on your tablet. You're going to use your phone to read, so you won't be chatty. Okay, well, thanks for taking the time to pop in and say that. And I'm sorry you're having trouble. Maybe try going in on your tablet and just leaving it open. Sometimes mine will delay for a couple of minutes, whether or not it will let me in. And I've heard it's mainly a problem with Microsoft Edge. So if you have a different like web browser on your tablet, you could also try that. But otherwise, do what you're going to do. Don't fuss with it too much. Vanessa, if you're comfortably, if I'm comfortable sharing generally, where am I moving to? So right now I'm on the East Coast in Virginia and I'm moving to the Midwest. I'm not going to say where to because some aspects of where we're moving to and why make it very, very easy to locate exactly where I'm living. And we're moving to a very small town, so I don't want any surprise visits. Let's just say it like that. Not by any of you guys, but by the random trolls that like to stop in, you know what I mean, Vanessa? But yeah, we're moving not super far away from where we live now. I mean, we could drive for a very long time, but basically Midwest. And oh, and you read that book? Yeah, did you like it? Oh, yeah, it makes sense that you would read it, right? Did you find it really fascinating? Vanessa, I know deals, I don't think you're a psychologist, right, Vanessa? I don't actually know what your actual job is, so let me know. But I know you deal a lot with psychology and counseling. And Jenny read 5 pages. Nice. Denise is almost done. You're so close. Heather, the books, it is really interesting, Heather. Yeah, if you like reading things about psychology, it's very well paced. I think it reads really well in audio. The print is really small in this book for some reason. Um, but it reads very quickly, so don't be thrown off by that. And I always like things like this where it has pictures, and then the interesting thing about each chapter, you can kind of see it there, um, is it has a list of all the names of the people in the family. You can't see it because of lighting. And it will put in bold at the top of each chapter which family member the chapter is focusing on. So even the formatting of the book is really interesting. And Lisa, good morning. How are you? You finished reading Hamlet for the first time since high school this weekend. How did you enjoy it? Did it feel the same? Was it different? What version or edition was your book in? Let me know. I'm interested. And Heather read 10-ish pages of her book. The writing style and font is not gelling with your dyslexia. Oh, so it's got your head spinning in circles. Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay, not fun. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're, you know, working it out as best you can. That's all we can do sometimes. And Metzley is 50% into the book. Nice, good progress. Vanessa would not recommend the book, though it is interesting. Ooh, okay, Vanessa, you can't leave us there. Tell us why you wouldn't recommend it. I'm very curious to know. And I'm wondering if it's because the reason that I'm wondering if it's gonna be about. Um, yeah, let us know if you can. And Kay, not sure how much you read, but you read a chunk. Fair enough. Very good. And Christina finished your coffee, made the bed. Time for the next one. Very good. Metzley, I need coffee, black with no sugar, please, right? And Christina said hi to Kay and to Jaleesa and getting highs right back. Hello, hello, hello is all going around. And Susan, we need to change the narrative regarding mental illness instead of defining people as their diagnosis, seeing people as having a certain diagnosis and treating them as human beings. Absolutely. And I feel like we've come a long way with that, but there's definitely still room for growth for sure. And tomb is yummy. Yeah. And this tomb is really yummy. Like, yeah, I could eat it off a spoon. Lisa says, today I'm reading The Romanov Murder, Murder, Rebellion, and the Fall of Imperial Russia by Candace Fleming. It's unsettling but good. Ooh. Okay, so question, is it a nonfiction or a fiction? Because I could see it going either way, though the subtitle makes it sound like it's nonfiction. And hello, Never Ever After. How are you? Who got him from the library? Fun times. A little late, but you're here. Well, welcome. Glad you made it. And you're reading The Final Empire. Ooh, that sounds like all sorts of good things. A library trip, getting to read. Brandon Sanderson. Why does that sound wrong? And Julie said, oof, the print is really small. Yeah, Yeah, you could get the large print. Yeah. Yeah, if that's gonna bother you. I mean, I'm listening to audio, so it's fine. And Heather says, "Good morning to Jaleesa. Thanks for the sprints yesterday." Yes, Jaleesa had sprints yesterday every Sunday morning. Either Jaleesa, Courtney, or there's a couple other ladies are either hosting the sprints. It's like Sunday morning wake up sprints, I think is what they're called. And there's just a group of them, good conversation and good sprints going on. And Christina, coffee all around. Yes, please. Okay, Metzley, it says it's a nonfiction. Thank you. And for tea drinkers too. Yes, tea, true. And Heather, coffee actually sounds so good right now, but I ran out yesterday. Oh, that's horrible. I hate when that happens. How do we let that happen? I don't know, but it does. And Jaleesa says, "Hello, Heather. Good day. What time did you need up going oh, what time did you end up going to bed?" Good question. Were you up late, Heather? Oh, 4 a.m. You were up late and early. And Metzley says it's the biography of what happened, isn't it? I've never heard of that book, but have not read it. Oh, you've heard of the book, but not read it. Oh, okay. And Hamlet was good. High school was quite a while ago, so it was like reading it for the first time. That's the nice part about getting older, isn't it? Is like all those rereads are like, "Ooh, I knew this book was good, no clue why. Let's read it again." And the Romanoff is nonfiction, right? That's what Metzley was saying. And if I find a book with small print, I usually get it on my Kindle so I can enlarge the font. That makes sense. I think if it's really small print and it's bothering me, I usually go to audio, but it depends on the book. And, yeah, I know. Heather for the win there because that's late/early. I could not do that. Um, and Heather had to finish the book. Oh, yeah, okay, true. I could do that for that. Too many books checked out on Libby. Oh, yeah, and Libby's gonna snatch it back. And Christina, you could also change the color and font on Kindle too. Ooh, interesting. Didn't know that. I could definitely see changing the font. But quick story time, and then we'll go back into the sprint because Heather, by saying snatching the book back, reminded me of a funny story that came out this weekend. I won't say which family member, but I'll share with you guys a funny little story that one of my family members shared about, middle school experiences that you don't tell your family members about until you're like an adult. So, anyway, one of my family members was sharing how like different things would happen in school, and he was like, I don't consider myself a bully, but he was like, but sometimes he was like, I swear those people brought the bullying on. And I was like, are we victim blaming here? Anyway, they go on to share this story about how they were really the victim. And the story went along the lines of they had a favorite pair of gym shoes that they wore everywhere, all the time, all the photos. Like, you could see when these shoes had their era because it didn't matter if they clashed, those shoes were being worn. Anyway, one day in gym class, comes back, the shoes have been stolen out of the locker. They're not having it. They're like, "What happened?" No idea where it goes, what has happened to them until a week or so later, a supposed friend shows up at school wearing the same exact shoes. Now, mind you, these shoes are apparently bright blue and white and like a particular brand and like one that's not like a particularly well-known brand. So they instantly know this person's taken my shoes. And not only have they taken their shoes, they've like written their names on the shoe. And so relative goes and confronts this person is like, "You took my shoes." The person's like, "No, what are you talking about? These are my shoes. See my name's on them." He's like, "No, no, no. You took my shoes. Why'd you steal my shoes? Like, I know these aren't your shoes. I know what shoes they are. They're hard to find. None of the stores in the area sell them. That's why I've been taking such good care of them. And you stole them out of my locker. I want them back." The other person's like, "This isn't we're not having this. I don't know what you're talking about. These are my shoes." Da, da, da. And he's like, "Yeah, just because you stole them doesn't make it yours." And he's like, "Well, the other guy's like finders keepers." So my relative reaches over, snatches the watch off the person's wrist, and is like, "Well, I guess your watch is mine now," and walks away. The other person doesn't say anything back. So we're all laughing and we're like, "Wow, you just straight up stole the guy's watch. And my relative's like, "Well, had it coming to him." And my dad's sitting here listening to this, and he's like, "Well, probably gave it to you because it was such a cheap watch," and was like, "Oh, whatever, I still got his sneakers." And my relative was like, "Oh, no, he didn't, because a week later, since I knew who had them, I stole my sneakers back. So then I had his sneakers and his watch." Savage. This is the savageness that happens in my family. Oh gosh, yeah. So there was that story. I then shared a story about how I one time put this guy in a headlock for teasing me. So, but we'll share that story when we come back from the sprint. So, I'll read these last couple of comments and then we'll go sprinting. Didn't know you were getting story time today, did you? I'll also share the story if you remind me of what happened during graduation when the phone guy stopped by, because that's a time. Uh, and Christina said they have a font for dyslexia on the Kindle. Wow, Kindle's really up in their game. Very cool. Never After said, "I'm very well, thank you. How are you? I do have a cold." Yep, you're absolutely right. I'm totally congested. But yes, you're having a great day. Good. And read at the library for a while. Oh, that sounds like an amazing day. And Christina says, Christina uses the sepia type color. It's easier on the eyes. Good to know. I have a paper white, so that's probably why I don't know about all these things. Lisa, too many books checked out. Yeah, we can all understand that. Heather says to Christina, "Unfortunately, my current read is a physical book, also from the library. Ah, so you can't change it, must push through. You can do it, Heather." Jaleesa uses the green background when reading on her Kindle. Ooh. And Heather says to Lisa, "Hope we can make it through them all." Lisa says, "Right. What?" Yes, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the story. That's cool. He took the shoes and the watch. Yeah, it was. We were like, what kind of savage person are you? We thought we knew this person. Oh my gosh. It was so hilarious. Like I glossed over some of the story to shorten it for you, but it was one of the best family stories I've heard in a while. We even decided that we're going to name that we're gonna collect our family stories, and I believe the name we came up with was Headlocks and Watch Snatches. That's going to be our family story collection. Christina says, "I love story time." And the green is cool too. I'm gonna have to try that. Yeah, you thought exactly. Like you thought you were gonna have this and you didn't. Anyway, let's go ahead and go into our next reading sprint. And hopefully, some of you who are reading on your e readers can use some of those tips on changing the colors or fonts for easier reading. So, I am going to switch us to an hour. So, we'll have a nice hour to read. And there we go, all set for that. And I will see you in 60 minutes. Happy reading, happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went well. I got to 22% in my audiobook, and I was able to throw out all of the unused liquidy things that we're not going to use. Went through most of the rest of my upstairs. I need to finish going through the rooms, my son's room. He needs to go through his room, and then I need to go through his bathroom and look for any liquids that need to be removed, donated, thrown out, that kind of thing. So I feel like I'm making pretty decent progress. My goal is to do like 2 floors in our house every day because there's like a lot of little spaces to go through, though none of it should take long because, like I said, we've already decluttered. We just left the liquids where they were. And we don't have liquids in every room and every cabinet or anything like that. Um, so I want to go through at least 2 rooms every day. Maybe, I mean, not 2 rooms. Wow, I'd never finish. 2 floors of our house every day. So if I can get through the first floor on this next sprint, oh, I have something in my eye. Um, that would be really good because then this later I'll be able to go back through my son's bathroom with him and help him with his bedroom. And yeah, I can start working on other stuff. It's a long story. The audiobook is going well. It's really interesting. I'm getting to the point in the book where the first son is starting to have his psychological break where he's known for a while that he doesn't feel as connected to other people. He doesn't feel like he's normal, if you will, but he's not sure why. And it's starting to come to a head now in the book. So let's see how you guys did. When we left off, we had just finished story time and talking about the various manners and ways in which you can adjust your Kindles and e-devices to make reading easier. Heather had said you can also use the dyslexia font um, on Libby, in case others didn't know that. Yep. Susan was laughing at my savage stories, and I have another savage story to share with you, a crazy middle school story, and said, my goddaughter just came to read. What normal 13-year-old does this? She is reading The Priory of the Orange Tree. Ooh, I have that. And you bought it for her yesterday. Hey, I mean, there's definitely worse things she could be doing. And good morning, Coda. How are you today? How are things going? I hope you're having a good day. I'm doing well. Heather says, cool 13-year-olds do that. Yeah, exactly. Nice choice in books. Heather says, hello to Coda. Anne says she loves to read. I have been told to monitor this book. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I know nothing about it other than some very, very basic background stuff. Heather says, yeah, I do think there might be some adult moments from what I remember, but nothing explicit, more so violence. Oh, okay, good to know. You guys can give Anne some pointers. And Anne says she is very open with me. I may read it after her. Okay, very good. That works well. And hello, Bree. How are you? Thank you for booping the like. Off to do your workout and shower. Very nice. And Alicia finished Dungeons and Drama. Yay! Congratulations on finishing. 5 stars. It's an adorable, fun read. Awesome. That's a nice way to start the day. And Christina says, good morning to Coda. Nani, how are you? You got in at 7 a.m. in North Mexico, but was having this awful headache. Oh, so then you went to sleep peacefully hugging your boyfriend, but now you went back to work and so you had to wake up. Oh. Oh, but then you remembered we were on. Oh, nice. You remembered the reading sprints, and I'm like, the girl is the day of the week where you can spend time with wonderful people and read. That's right. Well, I'm glad you made it, and I'm glad we're here to be a happy spot for you. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let us know what you're reading today. And hi, Stacy and Steph. How are you? Happy Monday to you. Working all day and have a lot to get done. Glad to be here. Glad to have you. Excuse me, coughing break. Yeah. And you just scheduled your weekly sprints for Wednesdays too. Nice. Yes, Stacy and Steph, they sprint every Wednesday and sometimes like other days a week, but they're good to subscribe to. They have nice, like Vanessa, they also kind of do like either like a co-work with me kind of thing where they're working or reading sprints, that kind of thing. Always a lovely vibe over there. And good morning, Kiana. How are you? Kiana's another booktuber and she occasionally sprints or she'll do live streams. I love your live streams, Kiana. There's always something fun going on where she'll just be unboxing, something or whatever. I'm trying to think what the last one was that I watched. Were you unboxing something recently? I don't feel like that's what it was, but I can't think for the life of me what you did, but I enjoyed it. And Dee Dee just got back from the shops. Very nice. Did you get everything you were looking for? And when am I moving? I am moving next week, guys, middle of next week. I don't know what day of the week it is that we're moving, but basically we're being packed. Oh, why am I now confused about the dates? Anyway, I think it's like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. We're being packed, and then the day or two after that, just depending on how long the packing takes, they will be loading our stuff on a truck and taking it to storage. So next Monday will be the last reading sprint that I have in this house in this location. And after that, I hope to still be able to do reading sprints, but it's going to be in everywhere we are at until we settle down at our new place. So it should be interesting. Denise, you finished Need Knock Rides. Oh, 3 star. Okay, well, 3 star is good for me. Is 3 star good for you? 3 star is good for you, Denise. Um, what did you think of it? Obviously, it seems like it was at best just okay. Okay, you read about 50 pages. Nice. And the numbness is gone. And so now your mouth is sore. I know. That's the worst part, right? And Nani read about 5 pages of Diavolo. It's going interesting with a family trip to Italy. Ooh, sounds good. Wanda read 44 pages and Tender as a Flesh. Interesting so far. Good to know. Good to know. I still need to remove that book. Hopefully, I'll remember to do it as soon as we go to the sprint. Denise started The Duchess of Bloomsbury Street, read and enjoyed 84 Charing Cross Road yesterday, so looking forward to this book. Very good. Jaleesa barely got anything done. Oh, your husband wanted to go lay back down. Not on my watch. You talked him to get up. Get up, get ready, get out of the house, run the errands early. There you go. Way to keep him motivated and going. Servasha finished the book. Ooh, everybody finished the books this sprint. Well, not everybody, but you know what I mean. 2 stars is generous. Yikes. That's not good, Servasha. What didn't you like? Remind us of the book and tell us like what made it almost a 1, basically. I'm surprised you finished it. Um, Denise says hi to Coda. Courtney says hi to Jaleesa. Got errands too, but gonna wash your hair first. Hope that's not a mistake. Yeah, I mean, depending on how long it takes. I know that feeling. Hello. How are you, Adrian? Hope you're having a good day today. Jaleesa, Denise, are you still going to read The Dutch House? Jaleesa opened a Storygraph Buddy read, so you can join her there. If you drop the link in the description for that, if you want to, Jaleesa, I know it won't highlight it for you, but I should be able to copy and paste it and redo it so that anybody who wants to join your Buddy Read can. I know Buddy Reads on Storygraph are limited to 14, so jump on if you want. A little Barnacle Buddy read there. Razorblade Tears, definitely a 5-star read, almost finished. Awesome. You'll finish on the next one. Courtney read a few pages of Perfect Peace. This book is a trip. I know, Jaleesa kept saying that. And Courtney, you guys have your book discussion on that on June 6th. Leave us the information because I definitely want to go and listen. I haven't read it, but I want to hear about it. Denise says hello to Stacy and Steph, as does Christina and Jaleesa. It's still early enough, Courtney. My husband has a bad habit of wanting to sleep and not run errands until 5 or 6. Not ideal, too much traffic and some places closed by then. Yeah, it can definitely be a problem. Christina says hello to Adrian. And Jaleesa, you reminded me, Nicole. Are we going to be taken outside during some of your sprints this summer? Ooh, I hope so. Not at my current location because my house has horrible Wi Fi. So I guarantee if I took you outside, that would be the end of it. But I'm hoping that as soon as I get to our first stop, that we'll be able to do some outside. But we'll have to see how their Wi-Fi is. So I'm hoping so. That is what I have to say, but it's totally gonna depend on, like, having better Wi-Fi to the outdoors. But pretty much for the rest of the summer, I should have pretty nice outdoors situations that should allow for that. And thank you, Susan. Yes, I'm hoping that the move will all go well. I'm very optimistic about it. Christina was supposed to work on the calendar, but got distracted by some music videos. Yeah, that'll happen. uh, Coda, you got your watering done, and church lady stopped by to see the garden and update you on the tomato plant you gave her. Oh, so missed the beginning of the chatty bit. Hey, that's okay. Sounds like it was some good fun. So, how's the garden doing? And how's her tomato plant? Let us know. Jaleesa is Sarvasha is me, too, is being generous. Yeah, I've had those feelings. And Denise says it was a cute book, nothing to dislike, but just okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, now you have to go to work. Okay, well, have a good time working, Kiana. I hope your day goes well. And has things fall apart for Saturday. Unfortunately, I have to go to a luncheon at church on Saturday. Ah, darn, Anne. Well, I'll be on all day. So if you guys don't know, this is a nice little segue. This Saturday, June 8th, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., I will be doing an all-day reading sprint. But in that case, I will be reading Things Fall Apart. Yeah, Things Fall Apart. I don't know why all of a sudden I was like, what is the name of the book? And the announcement video on that should be coming out basically at noon, so any minute. Um, but it'll basically just be an all day read along. I have a story graph set up so we can leave comments and thoughts on each chapter there with spoilers. And story graph will only show you the spoilers as you get to the same point in the book. So if you are doing a story graph read along, make sure that the edition that it is showing in your story graph is the edition of the book that you have, and it goes by page number or percentage in the book. So make sure whatever edition shows, even if the cover's different than yours, that the page count is similar to yours. Um, so we'll be doing that. We'll be reading all day long. I'll be doing non-spoilery discussions during the live chat part. And you're welcome to join me. That's this Saturday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And you're welcome to join even if you're not reading Things Fall Apart. Some people like to do that and just hear other people's reactions to the book, and it gets them hyped about reading something. So that is this Saturday. I hope you guys can make it. And Courtney says perfect peace discussion is June 6th at 8:30 p.m. There you go. I'm looking forward to it. I really want to hear more about this book and what you guys thought. Denise finished The Dutch House on Thursday. Oh, didn't wait for the buddy read because I wanted to finish before. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Well, if it's a buddy read, Denise, you can still go in and add your comments if you have comments that you want to leave, and no one will see it until they get to the same place in the book. So just because you've already finished the entire book, um, for Storygraph, all it means is that you'll be able to leave comments on each chapter, like in any of the forums you want. That's totally up to you. Wanda says, I'm looking for a buddy to read Don Quixote. Oh, I love Don Quixote. You need some motivation to tackle this chunker. So let me know if anyone knows anyone that would be interested. If I wasn't moving, Wanda, I would so be interested. But Don Quixote is not in my plans to bring with me. But I hope you find someone because it's a good book. I really enjoy it. I really want to reread it this year. Courtney says, asked Denise if it was good. She gave it a 3 star. Uh, I'm trying to let lunch people turn the streets and not get caught in them, so gonna wait until 1 p.m. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Wait until after the lunch. Denise liked it, but didn't think it lived up to the hype. Fair, fair. And would rather stay home and read. Same. Jaleesa, have to post scheduled with all the buddy reads you have set up for the month. Nice. I should probably do that. Coda, your garden tour was awesome. I know, wasn't it? Yeah, Coda, your booktube bestie, who was talking about the tomato plants. He has a booktube channel and he recently posted his first video, which was a tour of his garden, which is amazing. And it's a container garden. So if you guys wonder if like how much can you do in containers? A lot, a lot, a lot. And Coda definitely does have a green thumb. There were some amazing flowers in there, and he labels them all, which I like because I know nothing about flowers. My favorite were, I forget now. There was some pink thing that you had that was like a light pink petal with a really dark, unexpected pink in the middle, I think, or maybe it was the reverse. But it was like 2 shades of pink, and it was in a plant that was, like, potted up high on something. Hope you like that description. Good luck. Jaleesa, I'm waiting for my hold, for Things Fall Apart, but I'll be in the sprints if I can make it. Well, I hope you can. Never Ever After just placed reservations for Things Fall Apart at the library. They have it available at another branch, so hopefully it'll be here by Saturday. Yeah, I'm sure it will. And also, I'll need to look and see because it may be a book that's on Project Gutenberg. I feel like maybe not, but I'll have to look that up and see if there's free locations, where you can get the book if you don't have a copy. So if anybody decides the day of they wanna read it, that there's somewhere electronically you can download it. Coda says, "I'm down for Don Quixote over the winter." Ooh, yeah, that sounds like a good time to read that adventure. Yes. Coda, you're so, like, backed up in your buddy reads. You're like, "Here's my winter plans." And thanks to Lisa for her kind comments. And Denise wants to read Don Quixote, but won't be ready until after TAR. Yeah, I'm hearing a Don Quixote buddy read in the future for people. Yeah. Good morning, Amber Lee. How are you today? Let me know what you're up to. And Dee Dee says Don Quixote is on her TBR list. When were you thinking of reading it? Ooh, it sounds like you got something good going on here, Wanda. And Amber Lee says she'll read Don Quixote. And Coda, you're talking about the fuchsias. Yes, yes, those were awesome. I mean, I loved everything that you had, but those ones, I think just because of the two tones were unexpected to me. I really enjoyed them. And Wanda says she can wait if that helps. Yes, let's wait because there's a chance that my stuff may only be in storage for like 4 months. And if that's the case, then I too will join you, Wanda, in your buddy reading of Don Quixote. I like this. And there seems like there's a lot of other people that just need a like couple months. And Coda says, those are your favorites too. Yeah, those and the okra flowers. Yes, I don't remember what those look like, but I remember that name surprising me. And your amaryllis is going to bloom for the first time this year. That's so exciting. Oh, you'll have to give us an update. I think I remember vaguely what that looked like too, because I remember there being something that was a bud that I was like, ooh, I want to see what that looks like because the bud looked like it was going to be beautiful when it came about. So, yay, good things for a garden update. Lisa says Don Quixote's on her TBR for the fall. Okay, I'm definitely hearing a fall Don Quixote read along happening. And yeah, I know, shorter storage. I'm super psyched too. So we ended up in my second pick for housing, but the upshot of the second pick for housing is shorter storage. So that kind of makes it in some ways maybe the first choice. And yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of the same one, Coda, because I also remember thinking that like, "Hmm, okay." Oh, Wanda, okay, okay, Wanda's gonna wait for all of us, uh, for it to work better and bring it up in the fall. Okay, sounds like a plan, Wanda. And worst case scenario, I'll at least be settled enough by then that I'll hopefully be able to get it out of the local library. Not that you're really waiting for me, but I'm excited anyway. Towards the beginning of the video on the rack. Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's what I was thinking. And Wanda says, "Awesome, yay! way to go, Wanda. You put together a whole little reading thing. And Anne says, my mom loved amaryllis. My dad gave her a bulb every Christmas. Oh, that's so sweet. I love that. I love little traditions like that. All right, that is the last comment down there. I accidentally left one starred somewhere. So my comments are showing me. I'm going to go ahead and reset our timer. This is a good timing because I feel a cough coming on. And I'll set it for an hour. I'm going to start working on this floor. Um, oh, I forgot our second story time. Well, I'll leave you in suspense. When we come back, I will start our second story time and I will tell you about the time I headlocked this kid. Yeah, it was he deserved it. I'm going to leave it at that. I'll see you in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back. I got rid of our timer a little early there, sorry. So, how did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went well. I think I kind of burnt out on going through the house for a little bit, so I ended up taking a break, making myself some soup, and yeah, just sitting and listening to my audiobook, which is going really well. But Vanessa, if you're back, I have no questions about why you would not recommend this book to people. It's intense. I mean, there's not a lot of like I my fear has not been confirmed. Like I do not think this book is just giving you trauma for the sake of trauma. And but there are a lot of trigger warnings for it. It's there's no holding back. Like they are talking about everything that the individual family members went through with having 13 people diagnosed, or I mean, sorry, 6 people diagnosed with schizophrenia. They're also talking about just things that were going on in the mental health sphere at the time and beliefs and wrong practices. So there's a lot of trauma that has happened to these people in here. Um, Though I do think they handle it in a way that is potentially not traumatizing. Like, they're not putting it in there just to put it in there. They're not telling a story just to entertain you. Like, this is a very informative read, about what this family had to go through, and largely, I would say, for the intent of just explaining, like, the history of schizophrenia in some ways. So that it's been a very informative read, and there's a lot of really interesting books that are coming up on the topic, so it is giving me a lot of food for thought, to say the least. So let's see how your sprint went for you guys. Coda was saying awesome to Anne. They were talking about their plants, and Anne was sharing how her mother loved the amaryllis. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly at all. And that there's a leaf shoot coming up on the side for his little baby bump. Very nice. And Lisa says, "Yay, Wanda, that'll be fun." So Wanda's planning a whole Don Quixote fall read along for us. And says that she continues to get a amaryllis bulb every Christmas in memory of, I believe it was your grandmother, right? Or your mom, because her dad used to give her mom one every Christmas, and now she continues to get one. That's a very sweet tradition. I love that, Anne. Susan says, for anyone who may be interested, Things Fall Apart is only $8.69 on Amazon today. Thanks for letting us know, Susan. Hello, Carissa. How are you today? What are you up to? Let us know. Susan says, my car is going in the shop for a couple hours. I'll try to swing back in later. Sounds good. Happy reading, everyone. Thank you, Susan. Hopefully, the car goes quickly and well. And Tammy, hello. How are you? Tammy needs to read at least a little out of several books today. You're very welcome for the reading sprints. Tammy is a booktuber, if you guys don't know, and she does some really nice videos where she chooses TBRs from that her family members recommend. So you really have a reading family, Tammy, which is really nice. So I think a month or two ago, Tammy's TBR was reading her daughter's favorite books. In May, she did her mother's favorite books, and just recently she came out, because in June, she is doing her father's favorite books, and always really interesting book selections. You have the most charming, sweet family members, Tammy. I somehow missed your mother's TBR video, so now that I know that you did one with her, I need to go back and find that one and see that one because I always enjoy it. And Coda loves Anne's tradition as well and says hello to Carissa and Tammy. And hello, Sue. How are you? Oh, you had a bad night here. Oh, so you slept in. Well, I'm glad you were able to sleep in. Going to have a late breakfast, feed the cats, and be back on in a bit. Sounds good. Enjoy your ramen. I know that's like one of your go-to breakfasts. And Chris says hello, Dakota. And Amberly's reading The Lonesome Crown. I don't know that one. Third book in a fantasy trilogy, over 1,000 pages long, so it's gonna take you a while. That is probably true. Hopefully, it's one of those fast reading fantasies. So instead of feeling like 1,000 pages, it feels like 700. um, Carissa is listening to Gunslinger. Ooh, that sounds good. Who is that by? That sounds familiar, Carissa. And Alicia got lunch for her and the kiddos, made a list of currently reading, and when they are due. Oh, back to the library. Oh, yeah, that's always important. Read 50 pages of Lore Olympus 6 and spent your Audible credits. You got a lot done. Lots of good bookish stuff. And yeah, I can see how you'd feel depressed after the Hidden Valley, Wanda. It's heavy. It's like I said, I don't feel like it's like the heaviest, saddest, most trauma filled, but like your heart goes out to this family. Like even the parents who are doing what you would like to say are questionable things, like I feel like they give you enough background to even understand like how the parents felt trapped and trying to figure out what do they do with their kids. And Metzley is making good progress. Left for a while, but now you're back. Welcome back. Hello, Jasper. How are you doing? Listening to the sequel of Every Heart a Doorway while coloring, and you're really enjoying it. Very, very good. And that's by Shawnee McGuire. Shawnee, something like that, McGuire. And yes, a very popular series. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And Denise took a shower and ate lunch, and on page 17 of The Duchess of Bloomsbury Street, and enjoying it so far. Very nice. And Nani got breakfast, but the milk was whole, and now you're feeling the struggle. Oh no. Oh no. I know that feeling a little too well. And Wanda says, I thought I had a handful with my sons until I saw how bad it could be. Oh, yeah. Wow. Wow. Well, and mental health has come, I feel like, so much further, especially in understanding of that. Um, so I guess those are both things to be grateful for. So, yeah. Kay said, I can imagine what the book is like, working in mental health for many years, intrigued, and have added it to my TBR. The things I have seen, I am interested to see it from another view. Yeah, I think they definitely give like a very good view both of what was going on with the patient, what was going on in the medical field, what it looked like from the outside, what it looked like to other family members. Christina was fighting with Google, waiting for your phone to charge, feeding the younger one, and about to send the old one off to the mines. Well, you've got your hands full, Christina. Good luck. Nani, it sounds really interesting. It is a really interesting book. I think so far I would recommend it to people, check the content warnings for your own, triggers. But I would definitely recommend it to anyone who wants to learn a bit more about schizophrenia and the dynamics of that in the family and understand more about like I said, sort of the history of it and like impact on it, especially for people like going through the 60s, 70s, and 80s, I would say. Kiana's almost done with Five Broken Blades, 79%. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I am saying it correct. Like, I'm a realist. Like, I'm a Rio. Well, I'm a Rio. I'm a Rius. Okay, now it's messing with me, but I'm close. And hello, Ricardo. How are you? You're at work, but stopping by to say hello and like the video. Yay! I'm glad you'll be able to join hopefully later tonight. Hope you have a great day at work. And Kiana has to make a trip to the library to pick up my hold. Everybody's going to the library. I'm so jealous. I will be going to the library soon, but not today. And Jaleesa made it to 72% of a book at the bar and made some lunch. Very nice. Gunslinger is book one in the Dark Tower series by Stephen King. Okay, I thought it sounded familiar. And Amberly's saying she should really get back to the Dark Tower someday. You stopped after book 2. Well, you got the time. And, Courtney says, "Clean hair, but now gotta do something with it." Yeah, Amber might have to wait for another day. Hear that, I hear that. Yes, library goodness for Kiana. And, what's the book? Oh, the book, yes. Sorry, Coda. I've been talking about Hidden Valley Road: Inside the Mind of an American Family by Robert Kolker. And this is about a family in the uh, 19 like 60s, 70s. It's a family of 12, and 6 of their 10 boy male children all ended up being diagnosed with schizophrenia. And so it talks about sort of the history of it, like, and where it was at in the mental health community at the time they came down with their diagnoses, and just the impact on the family and everything like that. Definitely read trigger warnings, like I said, because they don't hold back, but content is not there just for the sake of traumatizing you. Um, I so far I think it's really well written. So, but you be the judge for whether or not it's appropriate for you. Yep, Hidden Valley Road. Courtney says, "Yep, library time." Metzley's at 67% of the book and really enjoying it. Very good. And Jaleesa, yes, there you go. Inside the Mind. Yes, thank you guys. And Christina says, "Neva, Chris, and I, you're doing a buddy read of it, of the Dark Tower series or Hidden Valley Road. Which one? We've said so many books now, Christina. I'm not sure." And Chris says, "I need a couple to return a couple of books to the library. I would also like to pick up a few more." Yeah, I mean, what else do you go for? And Coda says, lived it for 7 years. Bring on the triggers. Yeah, it's really well written, Coda. Um, yeah, like I said, like I wouldn't not recommend this to people so far. I would just say like know yourself and know the content and what might trigger you. Um, but it's very insightful and I think very compassionate towards the family, and offers a lot of different perspectives and understanding as to like why things were where they were. Um, I think it's even very respectful towards the mental health community and kind of being like, this is what was coming out. Here's what people were operating with, and then here's where also they were just going astray. Um, so yeah, and said, read Night Watch that won the Pulitzer Prize is trauma after trauma, and you don't understand how it won. You threw it across the room. Oh my gosh. And have you seen Greg's video at Supposedly Fun? He is a YouTuber and he's doing a Pulitzer Prize project where he's winning. He's reading all the Pulitzer Prize winners, like past and present, and he did a standalone review of Night Watch and his thoughts on it winning the Pulitzer Prize. And I found his thoughts very, very interesting and insightful. He generally tends to like the Pulitzer Prize, but he's always honest when he does not like one of the winners. Christina, oh, okay, The Dark Tower, you're doing read along with that. Cool. And Wanda has heard a few say the same about Night Watch. Yep, for sure, for sure. I have another video that I want to watch on it. Amberly, when are you guys supposed to get to Wastelands? And I'm assuming that's for Christina and Neva and Carissa. Good question. Hello, Stormy. How are you? Listening to If Something Should Happen to Me. Ooh, I think somebody else is also listening to that. Or if not that one, another one by Alex Finley. And Jaleesa Few, and it sounds like Night Watch put you through it. Yeah, it does. um, yeah, he did, Anne. Yeah. Like pretty much almost as much as you said. What was it that made you want to throw it across the room though, Anne? That's what I want to know. Just like the amount of trauma in it. Because I know he didn't specifically say regarding the trauma, but he definitely said he felt like she hammered things together to force situations to happen. And that she included. Um, It's Night Watch because I think The Night Watchmen is by, um, Louisa Eldridge, I believe. So Night Watch is the book that just won the Pulitzer right here. And I forget who the author is, something Phillips, I believe, and if you could help me out there. Anyway, let's take a pause there, partially because I need to blow my nose and cough again. And I will get us our timer back up. And then I might sit outside and get some vitamin D and see if the change in air will clear my nose. I doubt it because I do have allergies, but we'll see how it all goes. And I saw somebody just put up Kelly at Books I'm Not Reading. She also did a review, and I'm guessing she didn't like it either. But I do have her on my watch list. So, anyway, there you go for an hour. I will see you then. Happy reading. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How was your sprint? I have still been listening to my audiobook. I am now at 36% in, where is it? Hidden Valley Road. And that is going well. I decided to go back upstairs and continue working on actually putting the stuff in my room that I'm taking with me into bags because it was all on my bed. And I realized if I wanted to lie down, I couldn't do that. So that became a priority. So the bed is now clear. So if I need to lie down, I can do that. And I gotta admit, I'm feeling intimidated about starting the kitchen because that's a whole bunch of sorting unopened food from open food. And um, we need to make the most of our trash days. We get trash picked up on Tuesdays and Fridays. So I need to decide what we're going to throw out today, what we're going to throw out on Friday, and what we're going to throw out next Tuesday. Um, and then obviously we can throw stuff out again on Friday. But in terms of stuff that will not be coming with us that can be thrown in the trash, I have 3 trash days to get it in there. And recycling is only one recycling day. So that is what's going on with me. How did your sprints go? When we left off, we were talking about Night Watch. Amber Lee was sharing that Kelly at Books I'm Not Reading has a good video on Night Watch, the book. And Jaleesa found the name of the author, which is Jane Ann Phillips. Yep. And I do have to say, I always feel bad for like contemporary authors when their books are getting like raked across the coals, especially if their books like won the Pulitzer Prize, for example, and people are like questioning it. Um, because like they're people, they're alive to hear it. Like that's got to be hard. I guess you have to have a thick skin. Christina, not sure because of Tar, but we are starting book 2 this week. Neva is trying to get the first 2 done while she is on the sci-fi team, and this is regarding the read along. Um, and was saying that it was the portrayals of sexual violence that was a real turnoff for her in Night Watch, and that she just found too much and made her want to throw the book across the room. I can get that. Lisa canceled her Libby hold of Night Watch after watching booktube reviews, just not ready for all the trauma. Yes, okay, fair, fair, totally fair. And Christina, so it may be July for book 3, but it could be later this month, not sure yet. Or this was for the Wastelands in terms of answering this question. I'll grab the Wastelands the next time I'm at the library. Didn't super care for the first 2 books, but I want to finish the series. Maybe reading with other people will help. I find it does. Wanda, Susan, I took advantage of that Grace price on Amazon. Awesome. Great. Thank you, Susan. Yay. Yay. Everybody's getting the book. Wonderful. Hello, James. How are you? Good to see you. Just home from work. Not sure what you'll be doing, but it won't be reading. Oh no. You're in a bit slash big slump. Oh no. I know that feeling. Well, enjoy yourself. Don't force yourself to read. That always works for me. And Metzley says hello. And do you just wait for it to pass? Good question. How do you handle your slumps, James? Christina says, James. Christina played some solitaire and washed some doors and walls a bit. Very nice. Oh, the alarm scared you? Came out of nowhere. You must have been very into what you were doing, Metzley. That's funny. And Stormy says 70% into if something should happen to me. Very nice. How are you enjoying it? Kiana's at 80% of 5 Broken Blades. Amberly made it to page 110, so almost 10% of the way there. Nice. Denise had her son come over and her sister called, made it to page 43. That's pretty good, Denise, because that's a lot going on. And you're finding the book enjoyable. Well, that makes sense then. Metzley's at 80% of station 11. Ooh, some people are going to be finishing their books today. And Carissa's just along for the ride and really wanted to read them. Oh, that's fun. And Alicia got myself lunch and read about 40 pages of Lore Olympus 6. Nice. I'm gathering you enjoy that series since you're on book 6, so that's good. Christina is in a reading all of the SK books and have never read these, but I'm confused on most of the book. So you get it. Oh no, you're confused on most of the books. And Carissa says, reading Rule of Time with other people has helped me read books. I don't think that I would have finished two if it wasn't for that. If it wasn't for the read along that Brittany is doing. Yeah, it is fun because, like, it's putting like tiny amount of FOMO to work for you, right? Amongst other things. And Kiana says to Metzley that she read Station 11 during the pandemic. Oh, how is that, Kiana? Because I know it's about a pandemic. And Alicia, hello, stopping in to boop the like. Thank you. Oh no, your air conditioning is out. Oh no, that's never summertime fun. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets fixed soon. I'm assuming that's part of your plan is to get it fixed. Um, yes, Lisa, I am sick. I have a cold. I have a cough drop in. I think you can tell I'm like Rudolph over here with my nose is a bit pink. Yeah, I We graduated my son last week. We had a whole bunch of family in town. That was really great. We did all sorts of stuff. I put them on a plane on Saturday morning and they took off and I came home and got sick. So, but thankfully I'm the only person who has gotten sick. So I'm assuming that my immunity must have just been low and just got a cold. But I get a lot of sinus congestion anytime I have anything that would give me a runny nose. So that's also probably the reason that my body's like, "Wah," where everybody else is fine. Um, Wanda made it to page 128 in Tender is the Flesh. How's it going, Wanda? Are you liking it? It seems to be going quickly, if nothing else. Alicia wants to make sure she's caught up on volume 7. Oh, is releasing in November. That's fun. Carissa wants to read Station 11 at some point. I do too, Carissa. It's been on my list for forever. Metzley is asking Kiana how Station 11 worked out for her. Hello, Ben. How are you? You only have time to come in and boop the thumbs up. Thank you for pressing some thumbs up, Ben. Hope you have a good day. Lisa, yes, thank you. I hope I feel better soon too, because we've got a lot to do and like doing anything while sick is just not fun. And Kiana, it was cool for me, and you like a good dystopian. I do too, Kiana. So Amber Lisa Station 11 is great. I enjoyed it a lot, but I did read it in the pre-pandemic era. Yeah, see, isn't this interesting? Like, it's got to be a different reading experience to have read that book pre-2020 versus during 2020 versus now. Like, it's almost a book that I wish I had have read then, so that there's no way I would have read it in 2020 if I had read it beforehand. But let's just say and pretend, right? Like that would have been neat to do. I don't know. Christina meant Stephen King. Oh, it's confusing sometimes. Oh, interesting. But the first book in the series, you were like, okay, I get this. And then the next minute you were like, oh, what's going on? Oh, interesting. Is that a common experience with that series? Because I haven't heard that in general about Stephen King. Like, is that an experience you have with Stephen King in general or with just that specific series? And Metzley found out an hour ago Station 11 is also a series. I didn't realize that. Oh, what's the second book? I don't think I've heard anybody talk about that. Carissa read The Stand at the beginning of the pandemic, and it was not the best idea. Yeah, I could see that. Alicia, thank you. Yes, you would use that as an excuse to sit down and read. Yeah, no, trust me, there have been times where I've just sat in this chair and been like, I'm not even reading with my eyeballs. I'm reading an audiobook because my eyeballs have like congestion behind them and aren't working right. Um, But I don't know. Like the walking around is doing me okay. And if we weren't moving, yeah, I would be doing nothing at all. But it's not an option. And Kiana, yeah, I started this series but didn't finish. Okay. And Kiana says, me too, Carissa. I do like the writing and it moves fast. Yeah, it does seem like that. And Kiana gave it a 4 stars. Nice. Carissa, The Stand by Stephen King. That's what I'm assuming. And hello, Teresa. How are you? I know I haven't seen you around. It's good to have you back. I agree. I'm glad you're glad to be back. What are you reading, Teresa? What are you up to? And I know you've still been watching videos because I've seen you comment once or twice here. So, or on the video, on videos. You know what I'm saying. So thank you. Um, Metzley, Carissa says yes to Metzley. And okay, so it's just this particular series that you're finding Stephen King confusing in. That's interesting. And Metzley hasn't read it, but it is on her TBR. That's The Stand. Sue only had a short time to read, but got through 15 pages of The Ship of Ghosts. Nice. Hope to finish this month, but you keep soft DNFing it for other books. Oh, uh-oh. What? Sue, does that mean you should really just be DNFing it altogether? Maybe you're just not that interested. And Metzley, not a book series, a TV series. Oh. Oh. Maybe I have heard that, Metzley, now that you're saying that. That it's like a TV series. That does sound correct now that you say that. Maybe I did know that. Amberly says, my understanding is that it's sort of a shared universe with the Glass Hotel and Sea of Tranquility. Oh, you are right, Amberly. I have heard that now that you say that. I have heard both these things. You're right. So, like, in the same universe. Right. Because then I know people have read Sea of Tranquility. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about the Glass Hotel, but Sea of Tranquility I have heard. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember that. Oh, your computer broke, Teresa? Oh, and you had no other and you had to use others in the evening or weekend. Oh, no. I sometimes have that fear. Like, we had a thunderstorm the other day, and I was like, "I have to unplug my computer. I must protect it. What if my computer and my web camera and everything just gets fried and I can't stream and I can't live and I can't do videos and I can't watch any?" Yeah, like, I really had a moment. Carissa, it's such a good book. Ah, you guys are making me jealous. It's in Max. Oh, okay, with Mackenzie Davis and Himesh Patel. Good to know. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for that. And no, Alex, you did not miss me. Yes, full day. Yay! Yeah, I know that feeling when the day gets away from you. So I'm glad that you have made it back and that you um, have time to join. Amberly says someday I will get around to the Glass Hotel. It's on my shelves. Yep, I don't own any of them. Oh, live, not love, but you do love hanging out on YouTube. And you do live hanging out on YouTube, don't we all? And Nani, that happened to me last week. I was going to charge the phone before the storm. Oh no. But the storm just got its way and was like, well, guess no more waiting time. Yeah, no, I have totally get that. And Teresa's going to try and finish All Things Wise and Wonderful by James Harriet and need to start The Pearl by Steinbeck. I'm glad you mentioned James Harriet because I read All Creatures Great and Small a long time ago, and I was like, that is a cozy, funny book that I want to pick back up, like series. So I'm glad you mentioned it. Hopefully, I will remember to write this down. And Alex is on the treadmill, all the typos. No, no worries. No worries. I totally understand. So I promised another story time, this time about headlocks. So before I forget that, let me get this story time in because we have like a minute left and we're at the end of the comments. So good time to do it. So after my one relative shared their story about snatching watches and stealing sneakers, I decided to share my own story about uh, this one time in middle school, because these were all middle school stories, that I ended up needing to put this guy in a headlock. Now, mind you, like I was the most well-behaved, like obedient, calm, sweet child who always had their book in a nose or nose in a book and whatever, never did anything to anyone. In fact, when I went back to my high school reunion, one of my classmates was like, "Oh no, Nicole knew everybody because she was nice to everyone and therefore everyone was her friend." And it was nice to hear that because that was definitely my impression of high school, so it was good to know that that was the impression other people had too. Anyway, I was in middle school. I was on my bus ride home, and I hear this kid just saying, "Hey, four eyes, four eyes." And he's bothering somebody today, but I wasn't going to get involved. And I was busy reading my book. And I'm thinking, I'm not even going to pay attention because I know they're not talking to me because I don't wear glasses. And like, that's what you called people at the time if you were being a bully and you wanted to make fun of someone wearing glasses. So I keep hearing them be like, four eyes. Oh, look at you over there. Four eyes, four eyes. And I'm like, wow, they're really carrying on. And then finally, like, I see somebody move towards me out of the corner of my eye and they're like, I'm talking to you, four eyes. And I look over and I realize they're talking to me. And I'm like, what? And then I realize it's like one of the like the kids in my neighborhood. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like he's younger than me. He ironically wears glasses. And I'm like, okay, this kid clearly has some sort of complex. So I ignore him. I'm like, I'm just going to go back to my book because, like, sticks and stones, whatever. I don't care what this kid is saying. So we then go to proceed to get off the bus, and he stands right behind me. So as we're getting off the bus, he can keep saying four eyes to me all the way off the bus. And I'm like, this kid have nothing better to do? And so we get off the bus and we're walking down the street. I'm still trying to read my book. And I'm slowly starting to get annoyed. Not that he's saying this to me, but because it's interrupting my reading. So he stops as we pass the bus driver. We get off the bus. He comes right up behind me and he keeps saying it. And so we're walking, and I'm thinking, like, I live all the way at the top of our street. It was like a huge, like, loop, and I live all the way at the opposite side. He lives halfway up there, and I'm thinking to myself, there is no way I'm about to walk home with this kid behind me the entire way, talking to me and calling me four eyes. Again, not because I cared what he was saying, but I was like, I'm literally not going to be able to read for the next 10 minutes. Can my booktube people appreciate this situation? Okay. So we're walking and I'm thinking, like, there's no way this is about to happen. Like, I'm not about to miss this 10 minutes of reading. Not like I was doing anything when I got home, but it was annoying. So we keep walking and I'm finally like, okay, he keeps saying this. I have a general sense of just how far behind me he is. Like, that's it. I'm done. I'm done with this situation. So I keep walking, and then all of a sudden, I intentionally stop. I turn around, kick the legs out from under the kid, and put him in a headlock. All in one very smooth ninja move, I might add. And I look him dead in the eyes, and I'm like, you're going to stop right now. Otherwise, you're going to have to walk the rest of the way home and tell your mom how the bookworm up the street just beat you up. And I'm sure you don't want to admit to your mother that a girl beat you up. So I suggest that you stop and that you never talk to me ever again. And he's just looking at me like, "Ah, ha, ha, ah." And so I was like, do you understand what I just said? He goes, yeah. And I was like, now apologize. And he did. And then I let him drop and he fell into the dust. And I opened my book back up to where I was and I walked home. And even though he lived down the street from me until I graduated from high school, he never talked to me ever again. So that was that was my middle school story. So, yeah, let me go through these last of these comments, and then we'll go back to our sprint. So don't mess with the bookworm, especially when they're reading. Like that's danger time, guys. Danger. Oh my gosh, middle school is crazy, and so are the kids in it. You never know what's gonna happen. Alex will be listening to her audiobook, Book of the Most Precious Substance. It's a weird one. It sounds like a weird one. I hope you enjoy it. Christina said, I think the Stand movie was better, even though the TV series may have been closer to the book. Fair. And the movie was super popular. So, Teresa says, the whole series is great, but the first, in your opinion, is the best. Is the first one, which one is the first one, Teresa? Because I've always wondered that. And hello, Paula. How are you? Are you already on? Reading House of Hades and sprint hopping. Like button has been boot. So Paula has a booktube channel, but she also plays and she sprints. She plays games during her sprints. And Paula's either been on since 2 or just got on. I never remember whether it's 2 or 2:30. And that is her channel name right there, Family and Books. So you can go check her out if you like to sprint hop. And Metzley, not you worried about your reading time. Yes, yes, I was Metzley. I was very concerned about my reading time. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yep. Priorities. Exactly, exactly. Yep. Yes, yes, books bring you strength. Let's go with that. Thank you, Wanda. Glad you enjoyed the story. Yeah, and for all intents and purposes, he was completely fine. I left him unharmed, but, yeah. Teresa says, "Way to go." I'm afraid I might have punched him in the face. It was tempting. It was so tempting. But I had enough wherewithal to realize if I threatened him but actually did nothing to him, he was more likely to stop and not report my behavior. Because I was definitely like, "Are any of the neighbors watching?" And I'm like, "Maybe it's a good thing if they are." Yeah, middle school me being savage, which is like the total opposite of middle school me. If I could show you a picture, you'd be like, "Really? This is what you did in middle school?" And Christina says, "Hello to Paula." Wanda refers to middle school as the black hole of education. The first one you said you read, All Creatures Great and Small. Oh, okay. Yeah, now that you say that, one, I sometimes get confused about which one's the first one in the series, but I feel like I read the next book and a half after that, and that I also felt like the first one was the best. And since I'm not a series person, you've kind of given me permission, Teresa, to only read the first one. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I also feel like, was that just because I was younger? But no, it sounds like it's just the first one's the best one. All right. Anyway, enough chatty chatty. Let's go back to another reading sprint. I'm going to go back to my audiobook. Though I'm feeling a little clearer in the head. So I may take a moment and take that opportunity to at least get my pages in Mysteries of Paris read real quick and then go back to my audiobook and uh, whatever cleaning, whatever I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. I feel like what I'm doing is making a bigger mess, but in theory, it's helping. All right. Anyway, I'll see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went well. I took a lying down sprint, if you will, where I just went and laid down in bed because my sinus pressure was getting to me. But I did continue listening to my audiobook because I knew I wasn't going to fall asleep. And that was good. I'm at about 40% through my audiobook. We're now basically into the 70s, late 70s psychology era. And it's really interesting to hear how this book moves through the time periods and what was going on in the mental health area. And at this point, things are at the point where there's now becoming an anti-psychiatric care movement, and they're getting to the time period where um, like all the psychiatric like hospitals and that kind of thing are starting to be done away with, which I didn't realize was a movement that came about through the Kennedys and what happened with one of their older sisters. So there are so many like interesting historical details that are mentioned in this book that I'm finding it very informative. Um, Again, really well written. And I'm definitely at the point where this book is reminding me with some of what's going on with one of the children of Educated by Tara Westover. And it's actually making me semi second guess. Like by the end of that book, she kind of diagnoses some of her family members. And it's actually kind of making me think differently about her own self diagnosis of them. Um, because I definitely feel like there's some similarities in the way the parents handled things, which again may just be the time and the age of things. And in terms of what they could and couldn't do, of course, there was a lot more involved in Educated, if you've read that book. But I would say between these two books, if you read Educated, you might appreciate this book. I would say it's similar in a lot of themes and family dynamics to Educated. However, unlike Educated, which is a memoir told in the first person, tends to be on the sensationalized side of mental health, if you will. I would say this book is much more grounded, has a it focuses a lot more on like the research side of things and feels more like a written documentary versus a movie version of the same topics or similar topics and family stories of mental health issues and that kind of thing. And Educated to some extent had a different focus in terms of having to do with her education. But if you read the book, let's be honest, like I feel like the education of Tara Westover was very much a secondary part of the story of Educated. Anyway, I am enjoying my audiobook. I think the audiobook is really well done. I'm listening to it at 1.5 times speed, and that seems to be working really well for me, especially given where I'm at health wise. And yeah, I have about 7 hours left, so no way am I finishing that today. But that wasn't really a goal of mine. I just knew that that's what I would be focusing on today. Um, I did also get my chapter read in The Mysteries of Paris, so I will be updating my Discord and my buddy reader on that later. And I don't know, I'm feeling okay right now, so I'm hoping to spend the next sprint, at least half of it maybe, working on the second book in this. I'm really trying to get like an hour of reading this done per day, but it's feeling kind of unrealistic with being sick. So we'll see how much I can do of that. But I'm hoping if for the next two sprints, I can do 30 minutes of reading that and then 30 minutes of working on my kitchen. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, let's go to the comments, see how you guys did. Metzley's enjoying the story time. I have one last story left that I will share at some point, and that has to do with the phone guy and the graduation. And that was just like honestly, guys, if it had been a movie, it's some sort of comedy, that whole scene, that whole, like, evening would have been in part of the movie. So, yeah, you'll have to wait for that for a little bit. Sue said, "No, I'm interested in it, but it's a big junk or chunk, and written with a Scottish brogue, which gets difficult to read." What book were we talking about, Sue? This was like an hour ago, and my mind is not remembering, but I understand that that's your explanation, so thank you for sharing. Yes, chunk, not junk. And Coda's saying, "So fresh and so clean. Ah, took your shower. Nice, nice." And Alicia, I did some book reviews on Goodreads, now 47 out of 52 for my Goodreads goal. Nice, you're really close. Now time to get ready for kiddo's pediatrician appointment. I'll be back later if you're still here. Sounds good. I will be here until 9 p.m. So hopefully you make it back and they have good appointments. And hello, LA. How are you? Listening to Carrie by Stephen King. Nice. How are you enjoying it? Are you a Stephen King fan? Have you listened to Carrie before? I'm also interested because I've heard that Carrie is kind of in a like multimedia format. So how are you finding that works as an audiobook? Do you feel like you're missing out on visuals? I'd be interested to know. Ricardo, you're back again. Welcome. Okay, so last night you finished The Flood, the first book in the Blackwater series, and now you're with two Spanish books. Nice. One short story collection and a historical fiction. Sounds really good. I was thinking about you, Ricardo, over the weekend because I was at the used bookstore and I was looking to see if they had a copy of Marina, and I did not find it. But because I saw a copy of Shadow of the Wind while I was there, and I was like, "Oh, but that's not the one Ricardo likes." So I always think of you guys and your recommendations when I'm at bookstores now. And just watched the other review of Night Watch. Ooh, the one that Kelly did. I still need to watch that one. So I'm interested to know what she thinks and if it's the same or different nuanced. And Courtney's back as well. Your mother called and you talked for 1.5 hours. Oh boy, must have had a lot to say to each other. And Jamie, hello. This afternoon, you'll be listening to A Closed and Common Orbit by Becky Chambers. Is that book two in the Wayfarers? And Vanessa says, I feel like work is never ending. Oh, I know that feeling, Vanessa, but you're hopefully you're going strong and doing well. And do you have a vacation coming up soon? Maybe. And Vanessa, if you're listening now, because I think your sprints are done, I was wondering why you said you wouldn't recommend Hidden Valley to anyone. I'm like 40% of the way through. And Jaleesa said to Courtney, 1.5 hours isn't long enough. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, if you're chatty with your mommies. And Ricardo says, my contract comes to an end next week and you can't wait. Oh my gosh. Yes, you should be concerned, but you're going to enjoy some time off. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I am enjoying my time off from work for sure. So, yeah, come hang out and relax with us while you have your time off. And Jaleesa says, "Hey, Vanessa, really? It doesn't slow down in the summer for you?" Yeah, I do you do school counseling, Vanessa? I don't know. I didn't know that your work was cyclical. That was the word. And Metzley only has 5% left. Ooh, yeah. Like mute me and finish it up. I'll be interested to know. Now you did a little bit of yoga. That sounds nice and is on page 117. And you started at page 70. So yeah, that's good progress, especially if you're doing yoga and other things in between. And yeah, I know, Metzley's so close, so close. And Denise made it to page 78 out of 144, over halfway. Ooh, that's a fast read. Yeah, you will finish today for sure. Yeah, because you just started that too. And Emma, hello. You spent the sprint packing. Your partner returns from deployment tomorrow. Oh, and you move in together on Thursday. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so exciting, Emma. Oh, congrats and happy Thursday and upcoming days to you. Well, I wish you well with everything that is going on. That is a super exciting pack and move. So, thanks for joining us. Happy to have you here. And Teresa ate lunch and didn't get any reading done. That's okay. It happens. What did you eat for lunch? Let us know. And Jamie got to 8% in her audiobook and picked up your next arc to read The City in Glass. Oh, why does that sound so familiar, Jamie? What is it about? Share with me. I'm getting all sorts of other cities in glass books in mind, but it's the author sounds very familiar as well. Jaleesa finished a book at the barn. Yay. Oh, except 2.7 to 3. Okay, you like the story, but the book needed to be edited. Ah, I can't stand that. That's so detracting. You hope they sign in some beta readers for their next book. So was it I thought this was this an arc? Let's hope that was an arc. Maybe there's still time. Is there time? Christina, one of the dogs got out again. Oh no, and you had to hunt him down and get him back inside and put him in timeout. Yeah. Tisk little doggy. Causing trouble. Is it the same dog that keeps getting out? Denise loved Educated. It was really good, and the audiobook was amazing. It's narrated by Tara. Christina, you don't know how he keeps finding his way out. Ah, he's like a little goat. And Stormy's 94% into your book. Ooh, you're gonna finish soon, Storm. That's exciting. And Nani, what happened to me a lot, that happened to me a lot with my chihuahuas. It seems that there was a hole in the ground and they went through it. Ah, yeah, chihuahuas will do that. Yes, sneaky little things. And Anne says, congrats to Emma on your new adventure. Yes, yes. And Christina says, yes, I think he's a digger too, but we keep filling in all the holes. Apparently, not as fast as he can dig them or something. Ah, and it's so hard because once they get like that adrenaline, I swear is what it is, and dopamine hit from escaping, and then they come back and everything's fine. They're like, "Why? Let's do it again. This is the best game of fetch ever." Emma says thank you to Anne. And Stormy, I'm already behind with my Mysteries of Paris, says I need to read yesterday's and today's. Don't worry, they're pretty short, Storm. And the other thing is, I think like last month, I think there's only 20 chapters this month. So you've got plenty of time at the end of the month to catch up. I'm just trying to stay on top of things because I realized I liked being done earlier in the month and having a bigger gap between when we picked it back up. But in some ways, it almost felt too long. But you got time. And Nani says, congratulations too. My boyfriend now lives with me, and it's been a journey. A good journey, right? Because you woke up this morning all snuggly. And Wanda says, I really love this tender as a flesh. Are you almost done? Unpleasant subject. Yes, I figure that, but well written. Good. Because that was my concern. I was like, I know the subject's going to be unpleasant, but I feel like it's going to be a really interesting topic, sci fi wise. But I was just hoping that the writing held up. And has anyone heard of the 1973 movie Solient Green? Oh, similar themes. I'm gonna have to write that down. I like books that have similar themes. And somebody has, because somebody was just mentioning that they were at, I think it was Walmart last week, and there was like some brand of like medicine or shake or something called Solient Green, and she was like, "Weird." And I didn't know the reference, but now that I know that the reference is similar to Tender as the Flesh, that kinda is grossing me out now. Now I definitely need to look up this book, that's all I know. Christina says hi to Stormy, Storm says hi back. Denise is hoping to fit Carrie into the amazing readathon. Ah, you guys are making me wanna try, but I'm not gonna do it this year, I'm not. And LA says, "This is my first Stephen King, and it's good so far." Oh, nice. Halfway through, the media part is a bit confusing on audio. Okay, that's what I was wondering, but you're enjoying the plot. Very nice. Okay, so maybe if I did the audio, I'd want to do it with the book, or maybe read the book first, and then I could go back into the audio. Because I feel like the audio could go either way. And Ricardo, you remind me that you have to buy a copy of Marita for one of your teachers. Oh, there you go. Yes, you can get all the copies of it so easily. And Jamie says, "Yep, my, audio is book 2 in The Wayfarers." Okay, that's what I thought. And I think I heard that I should read The Mysteries of Paris before The Wandering Jew. Um, you know what, Anne? Feel like I have heard that and maybe even said that myself, but it's not coming to me. I don't know. I know there's a Wikipedia page on the Wandering Jew, and if you search it, you could probably find information um, on that idea. I can say this, I do think The Mystery of Paris is easier to find than The Wandering Jew, simply because The Mystery of Paris is still in print by Penguin Classics. And The Wandering Jew, I don't know if it's in print at all. Um, but you can get it on Project Gutenberg. I do know that. Ricardo read the first short story, and it deals with a parent rejecting his gay son, which is kind of fitting for June. Yeah, in like a kind of way. Finished a chapter of the historical fiction, which is really good. Nice. Oh, I mean, the first story's not so nice, but you know what I mean. So you had a great sprint. Good. Glad to hear it. Is The Wandering Jew for a read along? It is not. I've just mentioned it a lot because it's one of my bigger books that I've been avoiding. And it's by the same author as this. Though maybe when I get to it, I'll do a read along if people want, because it's a super long book, but very, very interesting topic. And I had somebody recently leave a comment saying that um, they were doing some research and reading around like historically where anti-Semitism started, which the comment I left in respond is I could see why you would think that with the book title, and I'm sure there's subtle like negative prejudice things against Jewish people in the book, but that the book is actually like more anti-Catholic than it is anti-Jewish. Um, just because all the problems that the family experiences in the book are due to Catholics in the Catholic Church. So to me, that will be very interesting. And the Wandering Jew just has more to do with a legend that existed at the time, which I'm sure gets into all sorts of tropes and stereotypes, but I don't know because I haven't read it yet. And Diana, hello, hello, reading The Mysterious Flame of Queen Loana by Umberto Eco. Ooh, I have read no Umberto Eco. Welcome. And how are you liking it? Have you read other works of his, and what do you think of them? All the questions I have for you. And Ricardo says, by the way, the other day I tried Puerto Rico mofongo. Yes. I thought of you because of my husband. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but I really liked it. Yes, I have tried it. I know how to cook it. It's so good. We have a restaurant nearby that's called that, and it's a shame because their mofongo is horrible. So I hope you had delicious, moist, like perfected mofongo. It's great. If you guys haven't had it, try it. And Teresa, nothing exciting. You ate ham, salami, and cheese sandwich. Ooh, salami sounds delicious. And Jamie says The City of Glass is a Hugo Award winner, though not someone you've read before. This is a fantasy sci-fi crossover standalone. Ooh, sounds like my kind of book. Starring that to look up later. And Anne just wants to read The Wandering Jew. Yep, it does sound good. Teresa watched a little Let's Make a Deal while I ate. Ooh, that sounds fun. And Sue, 39 pages in The Adventures of Todd Tuttle, a middle grade book. Ooh, Todd Tuttle sounds really familiar. Jaleesa, hope it was an ARC. If it was a final copy, that's unfortunate. You had to start marking it up. It was mostly spelling. I can't stand spelling mistakes in books, especially if there's like a lot. Missing words and repetitiveness in sentences. Oh no, you started feeling like Coda with that book. And it only happened once, but you still noticed changing from third person to first. Yeah, which you can do, but if it's by accident, that's annoying. Metzley says, oh my gosh, yeah, yeah. Julissa Mofongo is really good. Yeah, it is. And Ricardo, as a Christian, I love reading anti-Catholic books, so I'll write The Wandering Jew in my to-buy list. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just find like anti-religious books to be very interesting because like it's just a very different perspective. Like whoever is coming at that is coming at it for a reason, and it's always interesting to know whether they're aware of their own prejudice or not. Um, like I'm thinking of Charlotte Bronte and Villette. Mm, she was very anti-Catholic in that book, And it's not totally clear that she's aware of how anti-Catholic she is in that book. Like, she definitely thinks she's just putting truth out there, and it's yikes. And Anne has several books that are different volumes of The Wandering Jew. Yep, that's pretty common, to have it in multiple volumes because my edition of it specifically, like, touts the fact that it's all the books in one volume. They were feeling themselves there. And, Metzley says, "Oh my gosh, yeah, yeah." Sue says, "The ship of ghosts that I have been soft DNFing for months." Oh, okay, that was what you were talking about. Oh, no, not for months, Sue. Oh gosh, that's awful. And Teresa says to Carlo, "Watch it, I'm Catholic." Yeah, no, I think he probably means it in the same way I do. Plus, Catholics are Christian, so. And I like books about people on religious pilgrimage. Oh, yeah, that's very interesting topic too. Yes, I agree. And totally, last year I read Cain by Saramago, and he used the story of Cain to critique religion. It was super interesting and made some good points. Oh, yes. Oh, that's good. Oh, Metzler, you're talking about your book? Oh my gosh. Now, really? You finished it? It must have been really good because there were quite a few oh my goshes in there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the end of your book. Metzler, let us know how that ending went. Like, don't tell us what the ending was, but star rating, all the goodness. Yes, and Ricardo's Catholic as well. Yeah. Oh, you just finished. It was so good. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I know my library has Station 11. That is probably going to be one of the first books that I get out when I do my next library haul. Oh, I know. I do have to read it. I know. I can't wait. I can't wait. Now you have me more excited. Like, as excited as I got you for The Martian, I'm now excited for Station 11. All right. Let me go back to reading the books that I own for now, though. Mm. I'm sorry that one of them's not Station 11. Maybe it's a good thing because I'd probably start it right now. So let me bring up our timer for us. And I just saw Betsley's comment where she says she's sweating. That was like me at the end of The Martian. I swear I was like sweating, shaking, doing all the things. And yeah, yeah, Teresa's laughing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like that too, Ricardo, where I'm like, "Oh, you're anti-Catholic? Let me read it then. I need to know. You're anti-Christian? I need to read about it." Because like you want to know. We have such our own like bubble perspective of things. It's like, what do other people think of the things that we're saying? I'm so glad you liked it, Metzley. And you were feeling the same with Martian? Oh, oh, good, 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 good. All the more excited. Okay, I'm really gonna start the timer now. Oh, happy sprinting. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Um, I listened to some more of my audiobook, Hidden Valley Road, and yeah, things are really coming to a head. There's been some shocking moments. Um, the field of mental health is continuing to progress, and they're finally starting to get to the point where someone's arguing that schizophrenia is probably not as related to nature virtually at all, and certainly not to the extent where, parenting or specifically mothers should be blamed for it, and etc. Which is just a crazy idea to think that I was ever at that point. But I can still see, I think the part that's really crazy is that I can still see remnants of the patterns, like not necessarily in schizophrenia, but in our culture in general. Like I can still see like little hangovers from different psychological movements, if you will. Different movements in psychology is probably a better way of putting it. So that's really interesting to hear about. There's a lot of cultural reference tie-ins. I think I've mentioned like the movie Psycho has come up. Um, I'm getting quite the book list from this book. Memoirs of My Illness has come up, which is a book that I've wanted to read. And they also talked about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and just how that book very much represented the um, both sort of the battle and struggle that was going on against like government and capitalist control at the time, as represented and using the metaphor of psychiatric care and the movement that against that was starting to come around. So really, really interesting book, lots of things to think about. So, and then I took another, like, mostly lying down sprint where I just lay down and listen to my audiobook, and at one point, I think I fell asleep for a couple of seconds, but it was during a part where I don't think I missed anything if I did fall asleep, and it wasn't for very long. Um, because I don't feel like I missed anything, like, it still logically made sense when I was like, "Wait a minute, something's talking. Oh, that's my audiobook." And I didn't feel like I needed to rewind. So, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, let's see how you guys did. When we left, Metzley just finished station 11. And oh, yeah, then you had nothing to read. Oh, true. And Metzley planned to use the hour to contemplate her life. Well, let us know how that went. Do you now have a better understanding of life and books and all the things? Did you find anything else to read, or did it take that entire time to contemplate your life? And Metzley was reading Station 11. She just finished. And Ricardo loves reading author or books that share different ideas and don't agree with mine. Yeah, within limits. Yeah, I totally agree. Like some people cross the lines, and now you're like, oh, okay, you're just like showing your prejudice and going way far, and there's nothing to learn from you. You feel like you get a lot of out of those reads. I do too. Like there's times where I feel like it can be a really good insight into either the author's particular belief or historical perspectives on people and people groups. And then sometimes it just crosses the line and you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I get it, you're racist, you're prejudiced, whatever. I don't need to hear anymore. Like especially if it's not matching the time period and it's like, "Nope, this is just you showing your ugly insides." You know what I mean? Anyway, Diana says, "I have read The Name of the Rose and Baldolino, and this is your last one. Oh, nice. Of them you just have too many books to read. Fair enough. You think you enjoyed The Name of the Rose more than this one. Oh, and you debated on unhauling it. Ah, fair. Okay. But it sounds like you're almost done, and at least then you'll be able to do like the okay, which one would you recommend? So it sounds like of the three, you would recommend Name of the Rose, which I guess doesn't surprise me because that's the one that I feel like that one, and what's the other one? Foucault's Pendulum. I feel like, right? Foucault's Foucault's pendulum is also Echo. I feel like those are the 2 that he's most well known for. Are you going to read Foucault's pendulum? Let me know. And hello, Jessica. How are you? Jessica is waking up before sprints start, reading Wild Seed Today by Octavia Butler. Very nice. Yes, and you are on at 5:30, I believe, Jessica, if you're still here. Either 5 or 5:30. So Jessica has a booktube channel. She is based out of New Zealand, and so she will start sprinting in either now or in the next 30 minutes. And we'll be sprinting most likely past the time that I'm done um, because of the time zone. So it's Tuesday morning for her already. And Courtney says, Jess Wildseed was so good. Do you plan to read the whole series? Very nice. That's the why can't I think what the series is called? Somebody tell me. But I know it's a whole series. I've heard very interesting things about that series, if it's the one that I'm thinking it is. I've heard it's good, but I've heard there's some like weird moments. And Teresa, you were all talking about Solient Green, so I had to look it up. I don't remember that one. Yeah, I haven't looked up any of these, but I wrote that one down. I did get my journal because I was like, I've got a few things to take notes of here. And your husband and you watched the Omega Man, also with Heston in it. Has anyone watched that one? That sounds really familiar. You'd have to tell me a little bit about what it's about. And reached the halfway point in the berry pickers. Very nice. How are you enjoying it, Anne? I'm assuming well, since you've stuck with it. I haven't heard anything negative. Jamie finished 63 pages in your arc. Nice. You're not getting sci-fi vibes at all, but The City in Glass is excellent fantasy. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and sometimes when people are like, "Oh, sci-fi fantasy," I'm like, what are you basing that on?" Like, because like this may be an unpopular opinion, but I sometimes feel that way about Dune, where I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of sci-fi-y things going on in the background, but there's elements of it that feel way more fantasy-like to me, just with all the different things going on. But I haven't read the whole series, so who knows? It's definitely toes the line for me. Christina is trying to gather some energy to paint. Very nice. What are you going to be painting? I'm assuming something not fun if it's gonna take energy that you need to build. Nani ate chicken soup and read like 5 pages. Well, hey, sometimes you gotta focus on the soup. Teresa started The Pearl. It's a buddy read and needed to start today. Very nice. I hope you enjoy that. I want to reread The Pearl. That is one that I've only read in school, like, probably like middle or high school. And I feel like I'd like to reread it without dissecting every single line in that book, unless I wanted to. And Denise read 37 pages and on page 115 and 144. Ooh, somebody's going to finish soon. Maybe in this next sprint. Jaleesa worked, watched, and commented on some booktube videos during that sprint. Very nice. Amberly made lunch and got to page 150. What did you make for lunch? Let us know. Hello, Dina. How are you? Yes, I am on. Yeah, jump in. Yeah. Yeah, jump in and out this evening. Do whatever you got to do. I'll be live until 9 p.m. So I've still got a good 4 hours to go, which is good because I'm feeling like slightly revived. I think my lying down sprints are like working well with my cold here. And Courtney is still doing your hair and reading Perfect Peace too. Well, that works. Two birds, one stone. And Nani is struggling with a phone addiction. Oh, you want to grab it and see reels, but then you remember that's not proactive. Yeah. Oh, it can be hard. Maybe put it in a different room. That can sometimes help. And put it on silence. That can also help. The more you ignore the pings and the urge, the more quickly it goes away. So I've heard. And Courtney's enjoying being outside. Oh, that sounds lovely. It's nice out here today, but my allergies tend to make my sinuses flare up. And with already having a cold, I can't. I just can't do it. And I've got to say, I've tried multiple things, and right now the Sudafed is winning. So I might go out later today and get actual Sudafed because I have just a few left. But I definitely needed to switch from a general congestion to a nasal decongestant because the pressure was real. Wanda finished processing and watched Jessica's review on Tender is the Flesh, recommended for thought-provoking read. Very nice. Is it a spoiler one? Should I watch it before? Well, I'm gonna watch it after. I don't even know why I'm pretending. I like to know as little as humanly possible before reading a book, so I will watch Jessica's review after I read it. And Dina says Foucault Pendulum was great but dense. I've heard that of Echo in general. And you're reading Possession by A.S. Byatt, and you're divided on it. Oh, let me know where you end up, Dina, because I have that on my TBR, like, or I own it, is what I'm trying to say. And there are things about A.S. Byatt that have made me go, I don't know if I'm going to like A.S. Byatt, especially because some of the people who seem to really like her, I don't tend to have a lot of similar book taste with. So, and Dina, you and I seem to have very similar book tastes. So now I'm like, I know. So keep me posted. Christina was chatting with Tina. Oh, it's her 19th birthday. I didn't know that. I'll have to swing back in and say happy birthday. How exciting. Yes, Tina is streaming right now on her channel, and I guess it's her birthday. So go wish her happy birthday if you like to sprint hop. Jessica is still here. Okay. If YouTube works properly, you'll be live in half an hour. Very good. And you apparently went live and ended the stream, and now you can't recreate it. Oh no. You have a few groups to repost a link in. Okay. Well, Jessica will still be live at 5:30, but you might have to look for a new link. But if you subscribe to her channel and click notifications, you'll be notified with the correct link when she goes live. And Jessica says, "Thanks for the watch, Wanda." And Jessica is saying to Courtney, "If I like this one, I'll read the whole series at some point. It's my first Octavia E. Butler book." Oh, interesting. Okay, I will warn you, Jessica, that if you don't like it, try one of her other books and then decide to continue the series. Because I have heard that it's not typical Butler, but that people seem to like it nonetheless. But it's very different than like Kindred and some other things. So just keep that in mind. And Wanda says, "Jessica, you did a great job." I bet she did. And you're painting the ceiling. Oh, okay. With a sponge. I can see why you're working up the energy, mental fortitude, and all the things. Dune is decidedly more sci-fi than your current arc. Yeah, sounds like it. The city in glass is more like good omens with demons, angels, and ghosts. Oh, yeah. Okay. I could see that. And then if it's just like there's science that exists in the world, is that what's counting as the sci-fi part? And Courtney says sponge should be dripless. Yep. Just only read that one very long. Yeah, it does seem like a long series and with long books. And Teresa, the Omega Man was post-apocalyptic and it was good in a weird way. Okay. That has me curious. And Jessica says, "I'm good. I did it. I'm back. Nothing went wrong." Yay! Glad to hear it. Okay. So since we're at the end of the comments and have a minute or so left before the little thing bings, I will do another story time. So this story time is about the phone man and the graduation. So last week, Wednesday is when all my family came into town and all my family, husband's family came into town. Graduation was on Thursday. So one person arrived Tuesday. Everybody else was coming in on Wednesday. We had horrible storms that day. Everybody's flights got delayed. And to cap it all off, at the beginning of the day, my son's phone stopped working. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, this is fine. Like, he and I and my niece, we were all going to go and run some errands, and one of them was going to take us near the phone store. So, long story short, after a big runaround from the phone store, they're like, "You have to file a claim first before we'll help you with the phone at all." His screen wasn't working, the phone was on, we couldn't see anything, blah, blah, blah. So I file a claim while I'm still running errands. So I'm walking through Costco, talking to my niece, talking to the woman on the phone, trying to make this claim. People are buying stuff, everything is everywhere. And we're finally like wrapping it up. And she's like, "Yeah, yeah, we'll just replace the phone." And I'm like, "Oh, that's great." saying, like, blah, 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 today or blah, 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 mail tomorrow. And I was like, "Oh, we can get the replacement today?" And she's like, "Oh, yeah, something, something. I'm like paying for my food." And she was like, between 7 and 9. And I was like, "Okay, yeah, let's go with that option because graduation's tomorrow and it's a huge school. I don't know how I'm going to find him if I don't have his cell phone." I'm thinking this to myself. So she's like, "Okay, that sounds great. So someone will they'll text you first and then they'll be there to drop off your phone and set it up between 7 and 9 tonight." And I'm like, "Oh, we don't need to go to the store?" And she was like, "Nope, they're going to, drop it off." And I was like, "Somebody's going to come to my house to drop off the replacement phone?" And she's like, "Yes, definitely. And they'll help you set it up." And I was like, "Wait, between 7 and 9 p.m. today, someone is going to come over to my house with a replacement phone and set it up for me?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "That seems like a lot." Like, so I just asked, like, "Can they just drop the phone off? Do they need to set it up?" And she's like, "Nope, that's the only option we have for today. Otherwise, we can mail it to you tomorrow and you can set it up yourself." And I'm like, "No, we really need the phone today." And she's like, "Okay, great." So I just pay my little deductible because I have the insurance on the phone. And she's like, "This is all included with the insurance cost." I was like, "There's no extra fees. Like, you're sending a whole human being to my house with the phone to set it up. Like, this seems like luxury something." And she's like, "Nope, nope, nope. It's all part of the fee that you have to pay no matter which way you decide to do it," which is like, it's only like $25. And I'm like, "Okay, I guess." Sounds strange. Anyway, long story short, person arrives right on time at 7 o'clock. Part of my parents have already arrived and they're there. I'm there. We've got pizza. We're all hanging out. I forget to mention to anyone, including my son, that this is happening. And so my niece is finally like, "Oh, my dad's here." So my brother arrives. He's on his motorcycle. I go out to the door to greet him, and up comes walking this guy who is definitely not my brother. And I'm like, "Oh, hello, Amazon delivery person?" And he's like, "Oh, no, my name is so and so. I'm here with the phone." And I was like, "Oh, yes, I remember you. Okay, yeah, let's do this." I'm thinking this is gonna be a quick thing, whatever. No, it was not quick. The rest of the night proceeds like some comedy routine where I have, let's call him M for short, the phone guy, sitting at my kitchen counter talking to the most crotchety person on the, cell phone end, trying to explain to her that he's trying to set up the cell phone for me. And their whole conversation starts with like, "Yeah, I'm M from, the insurance thing, the phone guy trying to set up this phone, da, 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 da." And she's like, "Who are you?" "Wait, no, that's not one of the names on the account." And he's like, "Yeah, no, I realize that. I'm with the insurance program that you guys have. I'm setting up the phone." "Nope, you're not an account holder. I need to speak to an account holder." And he's like, "The account holder's right here." And she's like, "Well, why are you on the phone?" And I'm like, "Whoa." And so he slides the phone over to me 'cause it's on speakerphone, and I'm like, "Hi, yeah, I'm the account holder, I'm Nicole." And she's like, "Oh, okay. Hi, Nicole, da, da, da." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's fine. You can deal with Malik." And she's like, "Nope, I need to deal with you, da, da, da." So she starts asking me all these questions that I don't know the answer to because M is here to set up my phone for me. Meanwhile, my parents start coming over and they're like, "Oh, is this your friend of yours? Who is this? We haven't met him yet." I'm like, "Oh, no, this is a phone guy. He's just here to set up a phone." And they're like, "Oh. Oh, he doesn't want pizza then?" And he's like, "Hi, hi, hi." So I turn away, more family starts arriving. They keep trying to introduce themselves to the, phone guy. Some of them think he's family. Others are like, "Oh, I haven't met this friend of yours." And I'm like, "No, he's a phone guy." He's still trying to deal with the lady on the phone who's like, "Wait, who are you again?" "The voice has changed. This is no longer Nicole. Put Nicole on the phone. What did you do with her?" And I'm like, "It's okay. I'm still here. I haven't been kidnapped. This is M. He works for you guys. Please talk to him. It's okay." Like, she was top-notch security, let's just say that. So then, as I'm trying to, like, body check people so that he can have this conversation, my family's being super polite and trying to, like, give him food and, like, welcome him in and make him one, and I'm like, "I'm so sorry. our house is normally not like this." He's probably like, "Why does she live with 13 people?" I was like, "We're having a graduation. There's not normally this many people here. It'll be okay." At which point, M eventually discovers that our house has horrible Wi-Fi and, like, barely gets cell phone reception, so I see him start to wander around our house, which then confuses my family members even more because they can't arrive all at once. They keep arriving, like, one at a time. So I keep having to explain that this is not like, my husband's family member or some family member they've never met, that this is just a phone guy who's here to set up the cell phone. And so now he's wandering around the house, confusing them even more. And the more suspicious of them are like, is he trying to steal something? Why did he go over there? I'm like, he's just trying to get cell phone reception. So the next thing I know, he's disappeared completely. All my family's there, and they're like, there's a strange guy in the bathroom because he figures out that the only place he can get cell phone reception is in our bathroom. So I now walk down the hall and he's like waving me over because crotchety person on the phone is having issues with him again. And he's like sitting on the toilet in the bathroom on the phone with her, like trying to manage this phone call and set up this phone while she's refusing to work with him. And my family's still trying to give him pizza and hugs and say hello and figure out why one of our guests is hanging out in the bathroom and refuses to come out and talk to them. At which point, my husband gets home, who his instant reaction to anyone he doesn't know is he immediately turns and jumps. And I'm like, no, don't punch him in the face. 'Cause that was immediately where my husband went to. He's like, "Stranger in the house," and I could see him. I'm like, "No." I was like, "It's the phone guy." And my husband's like, "The phone guy? Why is the phone guy here?" And I'm like, "It's a long story. I'll explain later. His name's M. It's fine. He's supposed to be here. He's trying to get cell phone reception." And it just went on for about, like, 2 hours. And, eventually the phone was set up. M left to, well wishes from my whole family. He never did have any pizza. We're not sure why. Um, and yeah, it went well. He may be looking for a different job now after that experience. And it turns out that this is a program that the cell phone company just started 5 months ago. They may be ending it soon. So yeah, um, that was our little highlight there. So I'm going to read the last of the comments and then we'll go into our next sprint. But I hope you enjoyed that little story time. Oh, yeah. So, let's see here. Where did I leave off? I don't think I started. Oh, I did. Jessica had just come back and Sue made popcorn and almost finished April Curses and May Hearses. Oh, I love that name, Sue. Hope you enjoyed your popcorn and story time. And Ricardo was having dinner and didn't realize the sprints were done. Must have been a good dinner. What did you have today, Ricardo? You always have yummy stuff. And Teresa, after story time, I need to go for my walk and get a gallon of milk. Home to be back after a reading sprint. Sounds good. You've got time. You could leave now. I promise not to do anything strange in the meantime. Christina, it was a good idea before we started. Yes. Now we find it a bit tiring. But you have to finish. Yeah. I love those types of household things where you're like, oh, why did we do this? And Delisa, yeah, yeah, no, that's what my whole family was like. They were like, "He's here to set up the phone. We don't know. Don't worry, Jaleesa." There was some family eye on him slash side eye on him the entire time. Literally, they were either trying to give him pizza or being like, "What are you doing over there, Em? Still setting up that phone, are you?" Yeah, and, that starts that's what my niece and my brother were like. They were like, they just send people at 7 o'clock at night after the stores are closed to go set up your phone. They're like, "Yeah, uh-huh." I was like, "Well, it's probably for people who, like, aren't, like, you know, that great with Wi-Fi, maybe elderly or, people who can't leave their homes." And so my brother was like, "So the most vulnerable people in our community get a visit from the cell phone guy?" Yeah, it does. It sounds like a thriller. Like, watch for it in the movies. It'll be coming out soon. Jaleesa, I don't like it when service people come to the house at such late hours. I mean, at least it's summer, so it's still light out, right? Um, and I don't know, Kiana, it depends. It depends on who you ask as to whether or not it's good or bad that the librarians recognize you. I would say it depends on how they react when they recognize you. So, hopefully all good things. Jessica, that was a lot of reposting links, I bet, for the new stream. Forgot to say, I'm also going to be working on my grandma's flower blanket. Oh, fun. I'll have to see if I can pop on and see it. Dina enjoyed story time. Jaleesa Nicole, how did I know everyone was going to welcome the phone person? Yeah, my mom was the same way, always trying to feed people and talk to them. Yeah, yeah. No, they were very concerned. At one point, like before they knew he was the phone person, they were like, "Oh, hi, who are you, strange person?" Like they're going over, like again, assuming it's family friend or something. And then when they found it wasn't, they were like, "Okay, what are you doing here? What are you doing over there? Where'd the phone person go?" Hey, Ricardo, I'm sorry, but I find this story hilarious. That company needs help. Yeah, I mean, they have help or had it. Who knows if M still works for them? That's the question. And Lisa says to Kiana, it may not be a bad thing as long as they don't poke nose into what you're reading too. Unless but they could make recommendations. And Christina, I'm so picturing this. Yeah, like the story does not do the moment justice. Like we all laughed about it the rest of the night. Because of course, once he left, they were like, please explain this phone person to us. And Jaleesa says, girl, no, Nicole, that would have stressed me out. There's so many people in the house already, and the phone man just walking around the house. Ain't no way he'd have to come back another time. But except we needed the phone set up, and they like, I don't know why they wouldn't let me set it up. Like he could have just been like, "Okay, yeah, here you go. I'll say I set it up." But then my niece was like, "Yeah, except for the Karen on the phone probably would have been like, M did not help set up their phone, da da da, da, report." And Dina says, "You need to write this." Oh, we are, Dina. We are writing these stories down along with our middle school memoirs, and we're calling it. What did I say we were calling it? Headlocks and watch snatches. If you miss those 2 stories, you'll have to go back to earlier during the sprint. Ricardo says, "Sounds literally like a Modern Family episode." Yeah, it was a sitcom. Like, sitcoms were built off of moments like that. And Teresa, I'm sorry, I wouldn't want any stranger just walking around my house. Sounds a little funny. I mean, he was just walking like towards the front door, basically, because he was thinking, oh, if I get closer towards the outside, no, it actually gets worse there. There's like one little corner in the back of our house that gets perfect reception. Everywhere else, it's hit or miss. And and it didn't help either that every time, like, it would cut out, I would hear the lady like, "You know what? This isn't working. I can't hear you very well. You're just gonna have to call back." And he's like, "No, I can't, Karen. Stop. Stay on the phone." And Jaleesa, now I'm wondering what kind of phone takes all of that. They need to end that program right now. It's not customer or work friendly. I agree. I think everybody stress level went up quite a bit due to that. Wanda says, "Isn't that always the way? Just when you're already busy, something else crops up." So true. And Ricardo had fish, garlic, and parsley mushrooms. Ooh, it was very yummy. It sounds very yummy. And they were nice. Good, Kiana. Yeah. So then it's a good thing that your librarians know who you are. And Ricardo says, imagine you sitting back at the table and everyone looking at you, waiting for an explanation. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, they're like, so go. Tell me this phone story. Especially my husband, who was like, I'm still thinking about punching him in the face. Like, I mean, which is funny that that was his reaction because he walked into the house seeing that there was a whole bunch of family there, but it was like instantly zoomed in on the one person who doesn't belong, and it's like somebody snuck, and like his first thought was somebody snuck in. Like, what? Oh gosh. Anyway, let us go to a sprint. I kept us long enough with this little chatty bit, and we will come back and chat more after this next sprint. I'm going to go back to listening to my audiobook, and I think I'm finally going to tackle this kitchen. So we'll see how that goes. I'll let you know in an hour. Happy reading or sprinting or doing whatever. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How'd that sprint treat everybody? Mine went well. I got some more laundry going, put away laundry. I got to 55%? No, 57, almost 58% of my audiobook. I'm getting about 10% done an hour. Um, and yeah, and it's going well. It's definitely kind of everybody's reached a series of climax and we're like starting to get to the resolution part of the story. Um, it's really interesting. So, yeah, so that's all I did this last hour and then I kind of rested at the end. Like I'm still finding I think because I'm so congested, I'm having trouble breathing. So like I can only do so much and then I'm like, okay, I'm tired because I can't really breathe through my nose. So that was my sprint. How did yours go? Um, I had just finished my story time when we left, and then Nani said, "Is anyone afraid of driving?" Oh, mm, let's see. Am I afraid of driving? I don't feel like I'm afraid of driving. Sometimes I get uncomfortable being driven around, especially if someone else hasn't driven me around in a while. But I've gotten okay with driving. Where I live, like the traffic and driving is horrendous, and so you get kind of like used to it. So any driving that's not horrendous is feels easy. Jaleesa was talking about story time, punch first, ask questions later. Yeah, that was kind of how it's going. And she says, "No, not afraid, just wary." Yeah. Um, Jaleesa's driving is more cautious when I know I'm somewhere that people don't acknowledge the speed limit, run red lights, don't have a camera. Yeah, very true. Yeah, there's definitely certain intersections where I live where my light turns green and I wait and I look both directions. And so do most other people who are from this area. And Ricardo says, "I don't have a driver's license and don't think I want one. Roads scare me a little bit." Yeah, I don't blame you. And if you can get away with that, no, why not? Metzley's back, fell asleep while thinking about the book. That's so great, Metzley. I love that. Oh my gosh. You have no idea what to read next. Ooh, do we have any recommendations? Okay, give us some choices. Give us like three choices of what you're thinking, or give us like your mood and a genre and a pacing that you're wanting. Like, do you want more sci-fi dystopia? Do you want something slower to like calm you down? Do you want lighthearted? Give us some thoughts. And hello, Tina, just popping in to say hi. Hello. You're probably gone already, but happy birthday. I still need to stop by and say that. And Eclectric Feel, hello, hello. Thanks for commenting. How are you today? And driving scares you too. Yes, yes, that is definitely not an uncommon feeling. So, but what are you up to? What are you reading or doing today? Let us know. Nani says, "Well, I need to go for my boyfriend at his work, but sometimes I put a podcast or call someone, and that kind of calms me." Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, kind of that distraction. All right. Well, it sounds like you're heading out, Nani. So safe driving, safe trip. And Christina says, "Hi and happy birthday to Tina." Yeah. Woo, 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 woo. And Teresa's back from the walk in the store, put away the milk, and take care of the cat. But I hope to join back with you soon. Sounds good. You've got a little time before we're back. And that was a couple of minutes ago. So hopefully by the time we go into our next sprint, you'll be able to read. Denise, you finished your book, 4.5 stars. Yay! Going to daughter's eighth grade graduation. We'll leave sprint back up and cut back in later. Well, congratulations to your granddaughter. And thanks for the watch hours. And hopefully you won't get scared. Because I forget. I think it was like the week before last where somebody had left it up on the TV, and I think we were like in a sprint when they came back home, and then like the timer went off and it scared them. So don't jump scare yourself. That's what I'm saying. And Metzley, this time you were prepared for the alarm. Good, good, good. It's not as bad as the cat alarm. The cat's the one that scares me the most. Ricardo, I read some pages and fell asleep. Nice. Nap sprint. And Dina just did dinner, cleaned up, the dishwasher is running, and now legit ready to plug away at possession. Yay! Hope it goes well. Hope it goes well. And Nani, yeah, the traffic here is horrendous too. Yep, but I manage my panic thinking I'm a super cool person and I can do everything. Yes, exactly. You got this. You can do it. You can do it. And Christina, I am more afraid of the other people on the road. I used to love driving at night, but now I can only do it where there is no traffic. The lights mess with my astigmatisms. Yeah, I have one. I have an astigmatism in one of my eyes, and I feel you're there. And Tina is on her last sprint. Ooh, okay. Thanks for letting me know, Christina. Definitely need to hop over and do a final happy birthday. Jamie has about 30 pages left in the arc, which is still excellent. Awesome. Okay, so not sci-fi, but excellent. I'll take that. Maybe just recommend some smart marketing for them, like take the sci-fi off of there. Wanda just started Starvation Heights based on a true story. Ooh, what's that about? Sounds dark. Or last chatty bit. Oh, okay. So she just came back. Okay, I gotcha. Sorry. Amberly, only 20 pages that time. Not bad. You keep getting distracted. Well, 20 pages isn't bad if you kept getting distracted. But I know what you mean, where you're like, okay, we sprinted for an hour and I only got 20 pages read. But it's still good. You got some 20 more pages than where you were at. And Ricardo's going to go to bed already. Yes, always fun to be good with you guys. Same with you, Ricardo. Have a wonderful rest of your night and a good early sleep. None of that like 4 a.m. business for you tonight. So good night, Ricardo. Thanks for stopping by. And Jaleesa, my mother taught me to count 3 Mississippis before going through a green light. You never know what fool may fly through. Yes, that is so true. And Nani would recommend Your Share of the Night, a novel by Mariana Enriquez. Oh, Your Share of the Night. Okay, there's one recommendation for you, Metzley. Jaleesa says, I get nervous when I'm the passenger because people apply their brakes too late for your liking. Yeah, are you pumping your brake over there on your passenger side? Like, stop. I know that feeling for sure. So let's see, what should we recommend to Metzley? Mm, I would go for, what I would recommend, Metzley, since you're sort of in a sci-fi mood, if you wanted to do more sci-fi, you could go with, gosh, what is the name of the book? A Door into Summer by Robert A. Heinlein. I read that. It was really fun, upbeat, not like dark sci-fi. Really interesting and fun and kind of funny. Um, Kind of gives me similar vibes to The Martian, but very different story and storyline. Um, but similar in terms of its lighthearted. Oh, I forgot. I have this tea here. I have chamomile honey tea by Harney and Sons. Really nice. Um, Yeah, so that would be my recommendation is A Door into Summer if you would like some more sci-fi along the lighthearted, stuff is happening side. And let's see what other books are good. I don't know. Start with that one. Classic sci-fi. See how you like it. I can't think of anything else right now without any more like feedback. And Wanda says a woman who claims to be a doctor in the early 1900s Pacific Northwest cures ladies by her fasting theories, but then it went too far. Oh, Starvation Heights. Got it. I see the connection there. Hmm. Interesting. Might be adding that on to my TBR. Metzley was gonna say that I'm really into that genre right now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would totally read that. It was like a very surprise read for me, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, and yeah, that's true because you had the other recommendation from Nani. So there's 2 recommendations for you. So let us know if you find either one of them because that sounds really good. Okay, so what are we doing? We're at 6:30, so 7:30, 8:30. Yeah, so I think we should be able to get 2 more sprints in today. Um, that sounds about right and good to me. I still really need to get to this book. I still haven't. I think partially because I'm really enjoying my audiobook and listening to that and at least doing a little bit is making me feel like my sickness isn't winning. But I know if I don't read some of this today, I'm not going to catch up. I need to sit and read this next sprint. Yeah. Okay. I need to because when I think about coming to tomorrow and not having read it and I have to finish it and I do not have enough time to play catch up. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to read some of it this next sprint. I will do it. And Jaleesa says she has that on her TBR, the Starvation Heights. Fascinating. Ooh, interesting. Storm ate and finished her book. And since the last time we were here, very nice. Let us know what you ate, Storm. That's always good to know. Yum yums for the tum tums. I should probably eat. It's like 6:30ish where I am, and I should have dinner. I think I've had soup and toast, and that's all I've had today. I think I'm gonna have some yogurt because I think that's what my stomach needs. Yeah. And Dina is saying you can do it. I think that's to oh, that's to me about my book. Yes, I can. I'm determined. I'm going to read it this time while I eat my yogurt. And Teresa recommends The Anomaly by Rutger. Ooh, what's The Anomaly about? Let us know. All right. I'm going to make the most of this sprint. So let me go ahead and get us started. And I'm going to write down Starvation Heights. And let me get our timer going first, though. And Storm had chickpea pasta with homemade cheese sauce and made a mac and cheese dinner with chicken and broccoli. That sounds really solid there, Storm. Sounds good. Sounds very good, in fact. All right, let me get our timer set up. All right, I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, welcome back. I started getting lost in my book. So I read a total of maybe 2.5 pages that you just saw me reading. Um, I ended up needing to catch up with my husband. So we did that. We got caught up, and then that was all the time that I had left. Well, I also played a little game on my phone, but that was only for like 10 minutes. And then that was all the time I had left was to read a couple of pages, but then it got really good because the dad in the book is thinking about going to his old way, back to his old ways, which were not good at all. So, we'll see what's happening, but he's realizing that 5 years have passed, he's gotten older, all his old flames have gotten older. Is this still really what he wants to do? But now there's some peer pressure because he's now with all his old party. So we'll see how that goes. So when we left off, we were trying to give Metzley some recommendations for the next book to read. Let us know if you started anything. Storm says, "When you come back, I will be on my sprint. So bye bye and enjoy the rest of your sprint time." Oh, sorry, I missed that, Storm. Yeah. So Storm also has a channel and she sprints, I think every other Monday. I think her and Sarah at, I think it's the Bookish Knitter. I think they flip flop whose channel it's on, but they sprint every Sunday at 7:30, I believe, is when they start. So if you want, you can swing by and say hi there. And Sue finished April Curses and May Hearses. How was it, Sue? Did you enjoy it? What would you rank it? How would you describe it? And Jessica's back, have about 7.5 hours in Wild Seed to go, and you've knitted 2 rows of your blanket. Very nice. And Elise's, hello. How are you today? What's going on? How was work? How's life? And Emily, hello, hello. Reading People in the Trees by Hanya Yanagihara. Oh, that's, I think, her debut novel, wasn't it? I feel like people mention that, but I never hear anybody reading it. How are you liking it, Emily? Let us know. And Dante, hello. How are you reading The Bread the Devil Need? Ooh, by Lisa Allen Agostini. Very good. How are you enjoying that? I know that was popular. Are you enjoying it as much as it's been hyped? And Christina says hello to Elise's. Hello, hello. And Christina says, that was a crazy bit here. So many sprints on their chatty bits, ending and starting, and hubby brought in supper. Your head is spinning. Yeah, that's always funny when you're sprint hopping and you have multiple sprints open and everybody starts chattering like simultaneously, one right after the next. Oh my goodness, that's funny. And hoping that your phone is charged by the next sprint. Oh yeah. Nothing like sprinting and being caught at your kitchen counter. Been there. And Jessica knitted another 2 rows and currently setting up a spinner wheel to decide your next physical read. Ooh, fun. And you know what? Because you're in the middle of like knitting, you said spinner wheel, and I literally thought like yarn spinning. I was like, how is spinning yarn gonna help you pick your next read? Oh my gosh. Wow. And Dina, productive sprint, read 36 pages of Possession and am moving on to the House of Mirth for the rest of the evening. Okay, I think that tells me all I need to know about about Possession because that is pretty much what's going to happen to me with this book is I'm just trying to get about 38 pages read. I think that's how many I figured out I needed to read to have it finished before it gets packed. And as soon as I hit my daily mark with that, I'm switching back to Hidden Valley Road. So I can totally relate to that, Dina. How are you liking House of Mirth? I'm trying to think whether or not I own that. I don't know if I do, but I know I want to read it because I want to read a couple of things by Edith Wharton before I decide whether I want to read all of her works. Um, but I read Ethan Frome this year with my son. In fact, it was probably the end of last year, and ooh, he's so creepy. But I thought everything that she was doing in there was so well done, and that the writing was amazing. And Christina, Tiffany at Beach Bum Bookworm does Sundays, right? And Sarah at Bookish Knitter and Stormy take turns on Mondays. Okay, yes. So there is the whole schedule of their sprints. So very good. Amber Lee, almost to page 200. Nice, making good progress. A Metzley did not start anything. You started talking to your cousins. Well, hey, you started a conversation. That's got to count for something. And oh my gosh, guys, funniest thing happened. So, because of all my nasal congestion, I think I mentioned that I like reached a point where I could switch medicines and I decided to switch one. What I didn't mention is that I switched to a medicine that was outside its box and just had a generic label on it saying what was in the medicine. And I noticed that it had pseudoephedrine in it, which is the main active ingredient in Sudafed. So I was like, oh, this is probably an off brand Sudafed that we have. Yeah, sure, I'll take it. So I was looking it up because I needed to figure out something a little closer to what it was so that I could actually like know when I can take it again. And I looked it up, and it does still have pseudoephedrine in it, which is a nasal decongestant, which seems to be working well. But I realized it was actually like the Walgreens brand of Claritin D. I took a, which I should have known because it definitely said antihistamine and nasal decongestant. So I guess I don't have to worry about my allergies now either. But, I mean, I do have bad allergies, so I'm hoping this will actually all work out to one big fantastic something or another, and it also shouldn't make me tired, so I should be good against allergies, nasal congestion, and all the like, and it's the same amount of nasal congestion in Sudafed, so know your drugs. That's the little life lesson there. Metzley did read some stuff about some of those books. Okay, so you think you'll choose, ooh, a roulette wheel to choose. Ooh, let us know what you pick. I love a good wheel to like choose things. In fact, now that you say that, I've been thinking of getting a spinner wheel because like the computer one doesn't work for me. But how much fun. Maybe I should get an actual roulette wheel, like a table one that you spin with, like, the little ball that bounces around. Oh my gosh, that sounds so exciting. Hmm, I like that idea. I'll have to think about that. I wonder where I could buy one. And then I have to do an overhead shot, which is what I'm trying to avoid doing, if you haven't noticed, with my TBR games. And Dina's only 3 chapters into House of Mirth. Okay. So, you like it, but recently finished Age of Innocence and loved that. Okay. And Ethan From was not for me with those crazy people doing crazy things. Yeah. No, I agree. Like the book itself, I was not a huge fan of. I was like, the original stalker slash killer slash like what's going on with you like creep um and then this psycho woman, but I loved the writing, I loved the characterization, I thought the descriptions of landscape were great, so I was like maybe she just tells me a different story. But I liked her as an author, I just didn't like the story she told, but I felt like she could tell other stories. So Age of Innocence, okay, I'll have to try that next. And Jaleesa, Nicole, are you taking everything in the medicine cabinet? No, 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 I'm only taking one thing. I just took one thing. I tried Theraflu earlier today, and that wasn't doing the deal. I waited until that was done and wore off, and it was time to take medicine again, and I just switched medicines. But instead of taking what you mentioned, cold and sinus, I took the allergy and sinus, but it's just as well. Uh-oh, having Wi-Fi issues. Hey, Jeremiah, can you make sure the Wi-Fi is plugged in? Sorry, I left myself muted. I was having connection issues. I had to move the camera around, as I'm sure you saw. I don't know why that happens. I've noticed that happens every night around this time, so who knows? Um, yeah, you're picturing me with a wheel of fortune. Oh my gosh, how much fun would that be? Like spinning my wheel of fortune. If only I could have a giant one like on Wheel of Fortune and really like let it spin like that. That would be amazing. Hello, Nikia. How are you doing? What are you up to this evening? What are you reading or working on or just relaxing and watching or doing or whatever? And Christina, you could wrap all your books in brown paper bags and number them and then spin the wheel. Oh, that's like layers of not knowing what's going on. Yeah, I'll have to do that at some point. Probably Christmas is what I'm thinking. Is that I'll get all my gifts wrapped and get books and label them. That's what I'm thinking. And Metzli, how much do I time do I take in between meds? It depends on the medication. So like the Theraflu that I took, you can go 6 hours before taking more. But because I just took allergy medicine, it lasts for the next 12 hours. So I took that at 3. So at some point in the middle of the night, I will wake up and all my allergies will be bothering me. This is why you should know what you're taking, because if I had known that, I would have put it off for a few more hours so that it would wear off when I woke up in the morning, but, guess who's gonna be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning tonight? And Christina, maybe my Wi-Fi is connected like an AM radio. Yeah, it could be. Something, something. And Dina, maybe you need the phone guy to come back. Yes, and help me yes, with my Wi-Fi, exactly. Round 2, here we go, phone guy. Nikia is just relaxing. Oh, you were furloughed from your job last week. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes. Well, I hope that the job hunting goes well. And yeah, maybe you can join us for some sprinting. But I'm really sorry to hear that. That really stinks. So I hope for a good, easy, appreciative job search for you that goes well and quickly, or at least at the pace that you'd like it to go. And I am feeling a little less congested because, again, I took the allergy medicine with a decongestant. So, yeah, so a lot of the sinus pressure is gone, which is nice. Um, and then I also took my 2 lay down and semi-nap sprints where I listened to my audiobook while lying down, and that definitely refreshed me. So I feel like I have a lot less going on right here. I don't feel like I have a vice on my face anymore, so that's good. Yes, good, good, good. Yes, okay, have you picked a book yet, Metzley? 'Cause I'm interested to know what you're gonna read. And Jaleesa dislikes the word with passion. Furloughed. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's not a good word. I feel like it's a word that people use to excuse bad behavior on their part, like jobs do. Like, we just furloughed you. Like, we all know what that means. Like, stop. Stop pretending like you're doing some unique, interesting thing, because 'cause you're not. You're not helping me. That's what you're doing. All right. So this sprint, try 2. I'm going to read this for at least half the sprint. It did pick up. I am interested now. Well, I mean, it's not like I wasn't interested before. What's actually going on with this book that I'm like, okay, I gotta read it, is I read the first book predominantly using an audiobook, and I really enjoyed the audiobook. So I was totally expecting to read book 2 via audiobook, and then I discovered while there is an audiobook of it, there's not one available to me. So I'm now having to read it with my eyeballs, which was not what I was planning on doing because otherwise I probably would have started reading it earlier. So there was less pressure. And then I forgot about that and then I put it off. And so now I only have 10 days to read this book if I want to finish it before I move because I don't want to take it with me because the entire thing is huge. And I'm not reading this whole book in 10 days. Like that's not what's going on here. This is a bind up of 3 books that are part of a trilogy. I am right here, and of course, the second book's, like, one of the longest ones in here. And guys, why is this book so long? And the second book is this bit, which looks like a lot, but these pages are thin and weird and tricky. It's just 300 pages, but in my hands, it feels like 5 to 600. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it's just 300 pages. So I have 10 days to read it. So about 40 pages a day. It's totally doable. It only takes me about an hour to do that. But you see how I'm procrastinating even Yeah, that's fine. Typing with one hand, totally get it. So long as you weren't, like, typing while falling asleep with one button, it's all good. And Sue read chapter 3 in The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. Nice. Hope you enjoy it, Sue. And Nikia says, "Thank you. They said it would hopefully just be temporary, but I'm not just going to wait around." Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. Yeah, find a new job before you hear anything from them, so be it. Yep, I think that's the smart way to go. And Metzley, I don't know. I love to read about the demonic stuff, but the invention of a lifetime. Yeah, yeah. You got two difficult choices. Okay, you're gonna have to decide. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put us back into a sprint so that I can hopefully finally get my reading done in this book. So let me set our timer here to 1 hour and it's 7:55. Oh, before I do that, I'll put up the banner because this will be our last sprint. Because by the time we come back from this, it'll be 8:55. We can chitter chatter a little bit. The sun will go down because you can tell my lighting has already changed. Am I ending the sprint at 9 so that I don't have to adjust lighting? Maybe. Not really. But anyway, there's our timer. I'll see you out in an hour. Last sprint. Happy reading. Get some stuff done, whatever you want.